The last time I went and voted here, um, because he lives somewhere where everything is held up by dikes, so water important. They're currently at war with the ocean, if you didn't know this. um, I love how I just gave away where Animal lives without actually saying where Animal lives. But the last time I had to vote, last time we did provincial elections, the guy behind me in the line was wearing a "Make America Great Again" hat. And I was just sitting there like, you know, you're in Canada, right? I was sitting there thinking to myself like, dude's in the wrong goddamn country. Why are you here? Go away. You were afraid it would collapse? Well, for whatever it's worth, like like you can get your balcony weight rating, right? Although I watched a video of a mall yesterday collapsing because it had too many gardens on the roof and it wasn't designed for them. But on the plus side, we don't need to watch gardens collapse today because we're gonna play some Dwarf Fortress, so you guys can say hi YouTube if you want. They're just all really, 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 really big Limp Bizkit fans. Gothbrooks. That's how I get through my day. I just am mad that they're all walking around humming the lyrics to break stuff in their head. Not enough biscuit, too much limp. Yeah. Yeah. Hi, future Raz. How are you? So I was thinking about this last night. I'm gonna just deconstruct all of this. I do need to seal this whole thing off, but I need to do it better. This is not gonna work like this because the water will freeze. So, turns out when, like I mentioned this yesterday, but turns out when you completely plan something while also extremely sleep deprived during a subathon, your plans might not be that well thought out. Turns out my plans weren't that well thought out, so I need to rebuild a chunk of this, which we're gonna do. We're gonna rebuild a chunk of this. Hello, broccoli. How's things? But we're still bringing up obsidian. We're gonna be making a bunch of stuff into obsidian, and I need to get this top sealed off so that I can let water, or not water, but lava flow into this area up here, and that will keep the, you know, ice down here melted, which is the issue, because right now the ice trying to flow in just goes into here, sees the open sky, and freezes. And I need it melted. So I need to get rid of this back wall, and I need this area to be covered in stone, and I need it to be sealed so that I can flow lava into this center area, move this back wall back by, well, actually, no, just get rid of it. Let the lava flow in here so that the water can flow in freely, and then I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to seal it at that point. Maybe just let it go onto this bottom layer, and then dump it down one, and then pour lava in from the top, and then do it again. Just do it on repeat. You missed the dwarf roll call? No, you didn't. We only just started. I just kind of mentioned the initial start for the project today. And up here, you know, things haven't really seen too much progress on the surface, but there is vomit water everywhere, which is all melted now, which is lovely. Currently, we are sealed indoors. I'm just double checking that we are, in fact, sealed indoors. Yes, we are. Both of the burrows are off, which is also good. I have a dwarf set to trade at depot, even though there's nothing trading. Well, now we're saving, so... Yeah, I only just moved in. Also, chat, Old Zwari needs a subscription if anybody's feeling generous. How do you get to a polling station without getting kicked out? Well, I think because up here in Canada, like, you're just an ironic memer that gets their eyes rolled at and not actually somebody making a political statement. Because, like, if you walk in, like, wearing American political propaganda to a Canadian polling station, you're just going to get Canadians going, and that, like, I don't want to stand next to you, but that's about it. Cetrix, thanks for gifting a sub to Zwari. Cheers, friend. Helping keep that sub count up. Also, I need to move my sub count because I was playing Songs of Six and it's in the wrong place now. I'm sorry for you, pretty much. Also, like, assaulting people is a good way to, like, you know, get arrested around here. And assaulting somebody in front of a polling station is an even easier way to get arrested. That's truly a vile force of darkness, Zwari. Can't wait for it to arrive. Hell yeah. I almost wore it 2 days in a row, but I figured that would be too obvious because I was like, I just slept in it. Probably should put this into the laundry now. Not quite peak, you know, disturbing, nasty streamer. I shower daily still, so can't quite get away with that kind of behavior. You love that the mug is so big. I don't know. I've been very amused by a couple of people who've purchased the mugs and they've arrived and it's just like, okay, either you have really small hands or holy shit, that's actually a really big mug. One would hope. Blackblade. No, it's perfectly legal here. Which is why, like, if you show up wearing a red hat with certain American text on it, please don't demonetize me, YouTube. And at a Canadian polling station, you're just going to get people face palming and not actually, like, annoy anybody. Cheers. Well, I mean, more VODs of that'll be going up. Amateur player. Definitely got some dislikes on it because there's those people who are like, how dare you make videos about games that are not YouTube? Or not YouTube. How dare you make videos about games that are not Dwarf Fortress? There we go. I said the thing that I meant to say. Yeah, you have to refresh the strum to not get the ads. If I talk about anything controversial in like the first 10 minutes of a VOD, I get the "you are not eligible for advertising" notice on my videos, which means I just get YouTube Red revenue, which basically means instead of making like, let's say $6 off of a VOD, I make $1.50. Oh no, get well soon, amateur. That's no fun. That's no fun. And both of my Songs of Six videos currently have that, which doesn't really surprise me. YouTube is a Christian Minecraft server. Didn't you know this? Anyway, Dwarf Call, Boozehammer, Devilish Potato, Akre, Arboro, Arkneen, Ayanami, Rip, Baby Blueford, Bane, me, Blood Odin. Did Blood Odin think that they died? Anyway, they're right here. Blood Odin, or wait, maybe no, they got named in New Dwarf, didn't they? Right. Crinkled Paper, Deadly Owen, Diamond Destruct, Dr. Linden, Drevis, Elfie Bean, Fallout Rain, FG Squared, Frank the Rich. Wow, FG's pissed. Is she angry? Same with Fallout Rain. You upset. Frank the Witch, Freehold Boreas, Geek2 Games, Gimli, Goth Brooks, Jazz, Jaden, Jamabama, who's angry as fall goddamn hell, Jelly Belly, Jerry Gord, who's pretty happy, who used to be real upset, who I can give jobs back to, and Joe True. Actually, no, we'll leave you off jobs. Joe True, Lumi Blade, Neeks, Neff, Nono Ledino, Nutty, Oldless, Old Earless Zwari, and who's still the mayor, Ordith, Packsmack, Pigfinite, Porcelet, Puny Ben, Pijaming, Ryoshin Cat, Rock Jitsu, River Rumble, and Rolf Reichlu, and Sentient Potato, Salty Tempest, Sniper, who got bit by a were creature, who's angry as hell. I would be too. Sonic got nuked. I always want to say Sonic got narked, which I think would almost be funnier. Stillenitist, Telin Artho, That Simple, and Tropic Communist, Vervolts, and Wicta. Now I need to do the military that probably lost their names because they definitely did. Hammer Polly, Aegis, Cold Blooded, Zen, Commander Honk, Ninja, McJerby, Streamlabs, Big Sparn, Bryston. I think that's everybody. Yeah, that's everybody. You are living despite the tantrums. I haven't killed you. Although, the second you become an adult, oh boy. Expect your forehead to get caved in. So, yeah, we're still working on this over here. This is still the prime directive over here, is digging in this stuff. Still the prime directive. But I need this single tile of lava to go away. Does Telenarthos dwarf hate someone? I think Telenarthos dwarf is just upset at life in general. It's not usually somebody in particular. It's usually just they don't get along with a group. This particular dwarf dreams of mastering a skill, so it's really hard for them to be fulfilled as a child. They experienced some trauma. They were horrified reliving being attacked by the dead, regretful after starting a fist fight. So basically, this dwarf is really upset, and them being upset makes them regretful, which makes them more upset. So they're kind of in like a pretty shitty loop. This dwarf needs to go to prison for a bit and hopefully feel repentant. But it's really hard to deal with dwarves that are kids that are in circles like this because there really isn't much you can do. They don't hate anybody in relations. That's not a thing that really shows up. I mean, they might be arguing with somebody, but it's not going to have like a they hate this person. But yeah, 2 more years. If they make it to adulthood, that'll sort them out mostly. There's an ice wolf fighting with a kitten. It's a dead kitten now. Oh, hey, that's a vile force of darkness. Well then. It's just a snatcher party. Can be what, like 8 of them? Looks like. Well, good luck to the snatcher party. Why is there a crab running around the fort, guys? Can we deal with this infantile crab, please? Cat child? Right, yes. My bad. I'm sorry for being so insensitive. Oh, also, we have plenty of soap in the fort now. It's mostly Emperor Penguin soap and yak soap, apparently. We also have some dog soap. I'm actually curious, what kind of soaps do we have? Very content crab. Speaking of content crabs, how's Stone doing? I don't know if you're a crab, but for the purpose of that segue in that sentence, you are. Soap. Okay, so we got Emperor Penguin soap, we got Emu soap, we got dog soap, and yak soap. Okay, well, we gotta make more soap. Let's make more soap. Make ash. Just make 50. Let's make lye. 50. And soap from Tolo. 50. And to do that, I'm going to go over to the pets and livestock screen, and I'm going to scroll down to something that has a lot of fat on it, specifically a elephant seal. I like that I have a goose in the fort for some reason. Where did you come from? I'm gonna slaughter this one. This big boy. It's been over 3 months since the Steam release. Yeah? Yeah, no, it's... I really wish that the Dwarf Fortress directory was more active still on Twitch. That's like the one thing that really kind of makes me sad. I kind of feel like I'm, at this point, there's, you know, maybe There's dozens of us isn't a joke again. But you know, there's still people streaming, right? Like just looking at the directory right now, there's like Trash Mac and Snipers streaming, Clayborn's streaming, Nerds Half-Life streaming. People I recognize, then 2 names that I don't know so well. But it is nice to see people still streaming. Yeah, this is an adult giant elephant seal, and we're gonna get like 600 to 800 meat from him. Yep, we fully domesticated the elephant seals. Boreas, thanks for chucking a sub at BWS. And thanks for continuing to watch the stream and hang out. 3 months since Steam release. But like, I don't know, realistically, if you think about it, it's gonna take Dwarf Fortress another, oh man, like, probably another good year, I would say. 86 fat, so that's going to be plenty. Wondering if this skin's going to come back to life. And also, to respond to somebody's inevitable comment, yes, I'm aware that I could put my butcher shop somewhere in the fort that isn't going to, you know, it's going to make sure that they're not going to come back to life, but there's no fun in that. There is no fun there. Could do so much better. Look at how heavy its skin is. I want to see how much hide we get out of it if they get to the point where they are able to deal with this skin, which is why I'm following it. I'm just curious about how much hide we get from it. It's 1 inch thick on normal elephant seals. Yeah, no, that's fair. There's crabs everywhere again. What the fuck? Okay, they had to beat it to death. They had to beat its skin to death. Now it's mangled skin. No leather from that. You saw a ghost? Oh, probably. Who's the ghost? I'm only going to see it if it's still active, but it may or may not be. Yep, it's not. Oh, it's all good. Oh, you meant the elephant. I thought you meant like a dwarf ghost. All right. I think we're gonna go around and we're gonna check out some used clothing for a little bit here because I've just got clothing kind of everywhere, and we need to get rid of some of it, like all this stuff. Which means there will be notices that uh-oh. There's a baby cow over here. Where are you supposed to be pastured? Do you even have somewhere to be pastured? No, you don't. There you go. Now you do. I apparently also have a goose in a cage. Fitting. Can someone suggest an interesting biome to embark in that isn't evil and haunted? You enjoy DF, but you're still not good enough to deal with the constant undead. Untamed Wilds is harder than evil. So it depends, right? There are multiple different difficulties of Dwarf Fortress, right? Sort of, based on the biome that you embark in. A Sinister biome isn't going to be hard at all, right? You're not going to get Resurrecting on Sinister. Terrifying, you might get Resurrecting or like the Evil Clouds, right? So Terrifying is like the equivalent to Untamed Wilds, roughly, difficulty-wise, for Dwarf Fortress. So if you want to settle somewhere easier, settle somewhere that's Wilderness or Sinister or Haunted. If you want easier, go like Sinister, go Calm, go somewhere that's serene. But there's differing levels of difficulty for each type of biome. So a haunted biome is not necessarily going to be more difficult to survive in Dwarf Fortress than an Untamed Wilds biome, or than a non-haunted biome. It just depends on the level of difficulty, right? Settling on a cave is, yeah can definitely be fun depending on what's in the cave. Settling on a cave is almost like reclaiming an area. It's kind of just, how I'm using hotkeys for the game I was playing yesterday. Every game makes me force relearn hotkeys. So hopefully that helps a little bit, because like it doesn't actually matter that much. I think I need a furniture storage pile somewhere. I'm trying to figure out where to put it. This is where a lot of this is. Maybe I could put furniture storage down here. I've just got like coffins and stuff that need to get dealt with. I also need more boulders down here because I've run out of boulders, believe it or not. Yeah, that too. Like, you can absolutely be on a terrifying biome that's going to have no reanimating. The thing that's going to cause constant undead more than anything is actually just having a necromancer tower nearby. But basically, like, here's the thing. I don't actually like playing in reanimating biomes. This just happens to be one because, frankly, chat just constantly asks me to do it. But I don't know if it's obvious while I've been playing this fort. There's been multiple times where it's like, oh, great, there's undead again. Fucking who cares? Like, it does just kind of get annoying, and it kind of sucks that, like, going up to the surface is almost impossible because the freakish weather just gives the dwarves panic attacks and makes it, like, difficult to go to the surface for any reason. And that kind of sucks, and certainly isn't my favorite way to play this game. I'd much rather play, like, my favorite level of difficulty to play Dwarf Fortress would be a hunted biome, a wilderness biome, or something that's in the middle. So you get some larger creatures, mostly just totally tolerable normal creatures with the occasional like slight increase in threat from the wilderness, but never anything that's like goofy difficult. So, you know. All towers are hostile to everything that has living entities in it. Actually, intelligent undead visiting is a bug. They're supposed to disguise themselves as not intelligent undead. So you're not supposed to know that they're intelligent undead. 101 Dominations, what's up, dude? And all it did was make weird intelligent undead come visit your tavern. Like I said, that'll just happen anyway. Like that, the intelligent undead coming and visiting is completely unrelated to the necromancer tower. But yes, maybe you were at maybe like your queen or royalty lived in the necromancer tower. Like yes, that weird stuff like that can happen, but not super common. What's wrong with Brooklyn? Here you go. How'd you select? There you are. You want to craft an object. How about I put you onto weaponsmiths, remove you from miners. Let you go do something else. I don't mind the intelligent undead visiting if they're a part of your faction, but usually, like, okay, so spies coming from necromancer towers could be anything, right? They could be an animal person, they could be a necromancer, they could be an intelligent undead. Intelligent undead are not necessarily coming from the necromancer tower. They might just be part of your faction. They might just be part of a goblin faction who's at peace with you. They might be part of a elven faction. Intelligent undead are exactly the same as a normal dwarf, basically. They're kind of like necromancers. They're just somebody who got dealt a shitty hand in a lot of ways. They never chose that. Like, that was something that was forced on them by the creatures that they live around, and not like that wasn't their choice, I guess is the easy way to put that. So just because they are an intelligent undead does not mean that they've been sent by the necromancers. Most likely they're just visiting. A necromancer peddler in your fort? You're not sure what he's selling? Peddler in this instance is a term for like a beggar. So they're not selling anything. Unless like they're like part of the traders. Which would be a little odd. Or rather, not odd, but could happen, I guess. You'd like to generate a world past 500 years? Go to Advanced World Generation and look for the setting that says End Date, and then set it to whatever number you want. It's weird, actually, to me that they changed the tough times in this economy. Just a little nomad. Although, what's the word? It's kind of odd to me, because in every previous version of the game, the default world gen times were 250 was a short world, 500 was a medium world, and 11.6, I think it's 1150 or 1050 was an old world. And for some reason, like, they completely removed that for this version. My bet is probably because, like, world generation is... Like, they were worried that world generation would be too slow, most likely, if I had to bet. Like, I know that they set the mineral occurrence to frequent by default to, like, make the game easier for new players, but I don't know if that was necessarily the right choice. To not play with light aquifers on? Do you find them annoying? That's the only reason. They're only a benefit if you know how to use them. In regards to light aquifer. I don't find them annoying, and I find them extremely beneficial, so I use them. Frequent minerals overwhelmed you more than helping you? Yeah, that was a choice. That, like, out of all of the choices that they made for this version of the game, that's one that I disagree with. Setting frequent minerals as the default. You want a challenge? If you want a challenge, settle next to things and attack them. Like, really? Like, that's how you get a challenge. Dwarf Fortress is not a hard game. And the more you learn it, the easier it gets. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I haven't had any that are 30, but I've definitely had ones that are like a dozen layers deep. I think that restrictions force interesting building. But plenty of people disagree with me on that. I really like that this weapon trap, right? Artifact, like, axe blade. I feel like I should put some, like... Chat, what should I put around this trap? Should I put gem window? Yeah, I should put gem windows. Because this is a little bit of a safety liability, I think. Wait, why couldn't you embark as them? Are they like a necromancer group? Because, like, if they're a dwarven faction, you should be able to embark as them. What is adventure mode like? See any roguelike. For what adventure mode is like. It's like it's a roguelike, basically. Like a proper roguelike. Open world turn-based action RPG. Kind of structured similarly-ish to Kenshi would maybe be the most common analogy for a game that is like relatively well known. But it's also structured very weirdly, filled with its own quirks, and very roleplay heavy. I mean, like, it's probably the... Like, if Fortress mode is kind of a weird thing, Adventure mode is weirder than Fortress mode. And Adventure mode, unlike Fortress mode, is much, in my opinion, some people disagree with me on this, is much harder to play as a game by itself. It very much is propped up, and it's the reason you see people leaving Steam reviews for the game that say, game's not complete, which is like kind of redundant statement, but also, like, that's why you'll see people saying that, is because it really ties the loop of Fortress mode together. Like, in Fortress mode, right, you build a fortress, and then you eventually find fun. Like, that's what you do in Dwarf Fortress, right? In Adventure mode, the whole idea of Adventure mode is then you go back to your fortress and you explore it. You steal some items from it after it's been destroyed. You assassinate the goblin leader that led the army that killed your fortress. You rip his ears off, put them in your pocket, and then go settle a new fortress somewhere else, started off of the last known location of that adventurer, and then that adventurer becomes your mayor. Like, that's what Adventure mode is for. Or, like, just be a drunk bard and take your clothes off and dance on people's tables. That's usually what I do. And then puke on people. And then accuse some random guard of being a were creature and watch them all kill him. Because I have very high lying stats. I mean, is what it is, Swari, right? I mean, it's just like fried onions should be gifted a sub, too, because fried onions are delicious. Like, how can you possibly be in this chat with such a good username and not get gifted a sub? Yeah, I discovered this dangerous superpower I have ages ago, which is I can just, like, will people into being gifted subs in my chat on a good day. Sometimes my powers are significantly less effective, but... yeah, it's been around for ages. It has an asterisk next to reviews. That usually means that Steam detected some foul play and review manipulation, regardless of if it's legitimate or not. Basically means like a coordinated group of people all decided to leave a bunch of negative or positive reviews around the same time. Usually it's negative. There you go. Fried Onions has been re-gifted a sub for another 30 days. Have none, don't give a fuck. Bundo. Generally, when people ask about mods like that, your best response is to just be like, don't care. Because they're just looking to get a response like that, like what Citrix just did. Genuinely could not give a shit. Gamgeo, what kind of dwarf would you like? Just let me know approximately what job you would like and whether or not you would like a dwarf with a beard. I will do my best to sort that. A trader dwarf. So I can tell you for a fact right now my broker is already named. So I cannot give you my trader. And trader isn't really a profession. Sometimes you'll end up with like dwarves that are labeled as trader because their brokerage skill is high, but that's not really a profession and not something that you have in this fort. Spear fighter dwarf then? I don't have a single spear in this fort because we don't have good materials for it, but I could give you a hammer dwarf probably. Hammer it is? Sure. I do have a lot of weaponsmiths. Good lord. Would you like a beard? Or no? Basically, boy dwarf or lady dwarf. Once I have the surface safe. And I'm not doing that until the surface is safe. Sorry. Very low priority. Like, extraordinarily low priority. Beard? Okay. Need to add more dwarves to the military. Upon a first look, I think there might only be one not named military dwarf. Yeah, so it's just Unib. So if you want a military dwarf, I have to give you a lady dwarf. 7 p.m. and you're already tired? Go to bed. The fuck, man? All right, so if you're willing to settle for this lady dwarf, I can give you a lady dwarf. Oh, I lost you. There you are. Hammer Lord, though. I mean, he's got 14 kills. 2 of them are notable. One of them was a giant puffin. Puffing up them stats. That's because I'm not sending them out to go do things. Hammerlord Gammy Joe. She has an incredibly calm demeanor and becomes completely helpless in stressful situations, is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. She is sloppy with her living space and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and she tends to consider what others think of hers. She is rarely discouraged, and she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and she tries to do things correctly each time. She likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. And she could be considered rude, and she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and is quick to anger. And she has a greedy streak and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill in this dream was realized. Personally finds sacrifice to be of the highest ideals. Sees those that attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive, and feels that those who attempt to conceal their emotions as vain and foolish, and values peace over war. Values a harmonious existence and sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and prefers a noisily and bustling life to boring days without activity, and does not care about fairness. And dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized. Kiri, thank you very much for that raid. How are things? I'm just reading a dwarf's description. What's up? Hi, Reza. Hey, Rolf. Hey, Dap. I was digging in the snow in the lovely, lovely world of Frostpunk. Hello, Dome Infinity. Das Minch. My name's Blind. I stream way too much Dwarf Fort. I'm in the same stream team as Kiri here. And I play way too much Dwarf Fort. It's a problem. You finished a scenario and started another one? Such a good game. I wish I played more of that. Is my take on Frostpunk. We're here to have a snowball fight? I don't have snowballs. I do have, like, spinning discs, though. They're pretty dangerous. Quite effective, however. I did literally get attacked by a snowball in this game relatively recently, though. It was a giant blob composed of snow, although it did shoot acid, which was slightly more vile. Also, I'm gonna do this. Definitely click on this little follow button up at the top of the screen. Go give Kiri a follow. She's an awesome person. Go watch her streams. For the waterfalls in my temples, there's a video on my YouTube channel about how to make them. They're literally just called, like, mist generators. Just go to my YouTube channel, look up mist generators the right way. Do you have peanuts or walnuts? Anyway, let me finish reading this. She dreams of mastering a skill in this dream was realized. She likes basalt, pig iron, claro opal, two-legged rhino lizard horn, bins and dogs for their loyalty, and boogeymen for their terror-inspiring antics. And the words of the page of aquamarine, and she prefers to consume ice wolf and nautilus and banana beer and sunberry seeds, and absolutely hates fire snakes. Has some friends, several kindred spirits, is blissful after sleeping in a grave dining room, disgusted dwelling upon being caught in freakish weather, and, as I said, has 2 notable kills plus 14 others, and description-wise, her hair is clean-shaven, she has a round chin, her umber eyes are slightly rounded, her eyelashes are extremely short, and her ears are somewhat narrow. Her first finger on her left hand is gone, good thing she's right-handed, and her burnt umber skin is slightly wrinkled. And she's got plenty of stitches in her hip from a recent injury. Desperately needs some new clothing, looks of things. So that's interesting. Wearing an iron breastplate with an image of a goblin civilization, probably something that you looted. And you have a named shield, Tosid Mrigr, and a named hammer. What's the name of your hammer? Unless you left it in the other room. You definitely left it in the other room. Well, that's you. Sup, Russ Ames? That's your dwarf. Pretty badass lady. Looks like we're still making dog soap. Dwarves, I wanted you to make, like, giant elephant seal soap. Why are we still making dog soap? Do we really have that much fat lying around? We must really actually have that much fat lying around. The crab. Speaking of things lying around, we still have crabs running around everywhere. I'm just gonna say this because I said it earlier. It's extremely low priority, Freehold, and is not gonna be high priority anytime soon. Sending people out on raids. It's very low priority. I don't need to get attacked by things more often than I already do. Because all that's going to do is make trading more difficult. Oh, we were successfully able to get some giant penguin eggs, by the way. So, hopefully we'll be able to get some giant penguins. Babies. Some baby giant penguins? Fingers crossed. Penglets? I don't know. What's a baby penguin called? Well, I mean, see, here's the thing, right? Attacking things right now is very low priority for me, so it's like you will survive. It's just not something I need to do currently. If you guys want me to go attack things, I should really just go make a fort on a different map, because we are actively discouraged from doing such things currently. Found bismuth in your new fort. Ooh. Any plans for that? Baby penguins are called adorable? Called Floofy is what they're called, right? Probably a penguin chick. That, or like Dwarf Fortress might go weird with it and call them a penguin child. Like, I've never fully understood why cats are cat child instead of a kitten. But then when you click on them, it says that they're kittens, but then in, like, combat logs and whatnot, it's like the cat child. Okay, Dwarf Fort. You and your weird ways of referencing things and referring to things. Like, I really like this game, but sometimes I just want to pat it on the head and tell it that it tried, you know what I mean? So this is just going to be a furniture stockpile. So I don't actually have a furniture stockpile. I might put some more stoneworker stuff down here too. Yeah, I love occasionally just like informing Twitter that that's how cat adoption works in Dwarf Fort. I think every single time that gets brought up, a couple people get converted to Dwarf Fort. Freehold Boris, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Russ Ames. It's very kind of you. Chat, can I get a couple beers for the very kind generosity going on in chat right now? Helping keep that sub count up. One sub at a time. Actually really curious about how full this gets. I'm expecting it to get quite full. I'm seeing lots of dwarves running over here and grabbing stuff. You randomly have 1 bar of bismuth, probably brought by traders. Actually, I don't want to keep pots in here. Something I do not want in here. Gotta say, copper pots look real cool. I think copper pots might be my favorite drink storage item in this version of the game. What does this mean? It means your civ had no access to pigtail. Keep digging. Maybe they'll be in the second layer. They're also only, they only grow 2 seasons a year. That's weird that you didn't have access to them, because you should have them by default, regardless of if your civ has access to them. It's if you try and add more, it won't let you. Why is it not there? Dwarf Fortress? Pigtail doesn't grow in every, like, so there's multiple biomes you can get in the underground cavern stuff, right? Bismuth is a thing that's used to make other things. So you need bismuth for certain types of, like, bronze and whatnot. But yeah, underground plants have, well, yeah, seasonal growth for one thing. No, caverns can be many different biomes. It depends on how much water they have. So if you're somewhere without an aquifer, you have chances of getting different biomes. If there's less rainfall on the surface and less erosion and thus less water underground, you have chances for different kinds of biomes. Like there's one, like sometimes you'll find deeper ones that are only bloodthorn and let's get that dwarf done. And Bukar. Ghost. There we go. Let's get both these done. Yeah, there's multiple different underground biomes that you can get, and some things grow in some and don't grow in others. In regards to what, Ranger Rick? Are you trying to get necromancer migrants, or do you not want necromancer migrants? I need to know more information. Except it's cold. The above ground river partially thaws during the summertime. Well, above ground biome has nothing to do with cavern layers. Cavern is different than above ground. You had one show up? So what are you asking then? Are you asking how to get rid of it? Are you trying to do something with it? Because he was a noble? Why would you want to expel him? So the thing with the thing with that type of dwarf, specifically necromancers, is they're just normal ass dwarves. You know that, right? He scared you. They're just normal dwarves. They just have weird hobbies. That's it. So don't be particularly scared of them. They're just perfectly normal dwarves. They just have strange hobbies. It's like you know, your weird, it's like your dad's weird friend who for some reason has an unhealthy obsession with model trains. It's literally the exact same thing. Except this guy just has an unhealthy obsession with making bodies not be dead. It's like a doctor with less morals and more mental health problems. So don't scare him. I mean, I've had a necromancer in this fort for a very long time now. And where is he? Where are you at, Diamond? There he is. He's currently meditating. He basically just hangs out in the temples and meditates. That's about it. He's generally a nice dwarf. Hasn't really caused us any problems. Dreams of ruling the world. So, you know, he's a bit of a pompous twat in that way, I would say. Yeah, no, they're perfectly fine. If you don't want them, like if you want them to get out, like if you're RPing a fort or playing a fort where you're like, we don't like necromancy here, click this button, like click on him, click this button, and then click expel, and he'll just leave. We're trying to think of a name of a game where you live underground and farm. There's a living area to cook food and sleeping quarters, and you fight off orcs attacking your settlement and have to keep digging underground as you search for goblins to kill and a goblin king boss. Is this like a tip of my joystick thing where you're trying to think of the name of a game that exists, or are you trying to name a game that you're making? Tip of my joystick is a subreddit where you figure out the name of video games that you can't remember the name of. I mean, it could be Dungeon Keeper, it could be Keeper RL, it could be Dungeon Keeper 2, it could be Dungeons 1, 2, or 3, it could be War for the Overworld. Okay, so I mean, those are all of the ones that, like, I think of off the top of my head. Those are 3 layers, yes, but there's definitely different things that can grow in each layer. So here's the thing, right? Plants spread across the map organically from, like, the center part where they were initially brought into existence. They just didn't make it. That, or it's the time of year where none of them grow. What season is it right now in your world, Citrix? But, like, to give you an idea, I have this cavern biome, right? When I first dug into here, it was just mud. There was nothing here. Since then, I've had stuff growing in here because I went and broke into... Where is it? The lower one. Yeah, this one down here. So down here, there was stuff growing in this lower layer. This upper layer, this cavern layer, had nothing. It was just mud when we first broke into it. There was goblin caps and like fungi woods and tower caps and tunnel tubes growing, but there was no like surface plants. None. It was just cobwebs. That was it. There was no surface plantage whatsoever. Now that I've broken into the lower cavern layer, it's all growing here. So I guess you're just not... I don't know how else to explain it to you, Citrix. Like, you're asking me, what does it mean? I don't know. Dwarf Fortress works this way. You don't get everything on every map every time, ever. And sometimes you need to wait for things to spread to your map and your location. I don't have an answer for you. I helped. I'm glad, but yeah, it's hard to say because I do not have any. I will not ever actually have just like a one-to-one answer for you. It's not something I'll be able to give you. They canceled those. God damn it. Wait, you got featherwood from the caverns? That's weird. Featherwood is supposed to be a surface plant that only grows on good biomes. You're at the hospital with your wife and a newborn, and they're sleeping and keeping you from boredom. Oh man. Well, congrats. So when kid, like, you know, gets like to be about 10 years old, you'll be able to show them the Myths and Magic update for Dwarf Fort. Those are the trees that lay eggs, yeah. But yeah, massive congrats, dude. You're a braver person than me. Just after Star Citizen release? No. That'll still be an alpha. Come on. Let's not be hasty here. One of my favorite photos of somebody playing Dwarf Fortress ever actually is just this little kid playing Dwarf Fortress on one of the older builds. I think it was version 47. Might have even been 45. This might have been a little bit ago now. But it was one of the older builds of the game. And she's just playing Dwarf Fort. And the comment on the Reddit thread was, all of you grown-ass adults complaining this game's too hard, yet my 11-year-old has figured it out in a matter of hours with nothing but the wiki and asking me a couple questions. It's like, just has a fully functional fortress and she's playing on a netbook. Without, like, a numpad, too, which made it even better. Like, just with, like, the mini netbook keyboard. We'll have real warp drives before Star Citizen is done. You know, I'm Chad, I'm doing the thing again. I'm defending Star Citizen. Just remember, right? Star Citizen is unfinished in the same way World of Warcraft is unfinished at this point. It's just an MMO that's in constant development. Is it unfinished? Yeah, but that's kind of a disingenuous thing to say about MMOs. Ooh. I'm down for some red ballistas. I have all of these ballista parts, or not ballistas, but ballista arrows that my goofy mayor keeps demanding I make. So I'm like, well, might as well start training the dwarves how to shoot ballistas. Also, I'll have you know, every single time I make a copper ballista arrow, this is the fastest way to type it in. Assemble cop! Which is just funny to me. Exactly. Raccoon with matches. It's probably over 1,000 bars worth of ore just in view. Are you using like the default settings, or did you go to or did you go with the non-default settings? By the most comically large goblin horde ever to have existed. The most comically large goblin horde was the one time I set invaders to like 800 or something, and I got attacked by, it was like 700 something entities. That was a fun fort. It was one of the last, it was like second to last fort I played before this version. That was a fun fort. And just dumping lava and everything. It was a good time. So when you retire it or when you abandon it, just don't save to the same timeline. So there's two recommended save options, right? One is save to the same timeline, and then the other one is save to a new timeline. Just save it to a new timeline. Am I making rock blocks right now? No, I'm not. So I'm basically going to make a little ballista firing range right here. And we're just going to start training them on how to shoot ballista arrows. Because why not? Because why not? Hey, there's worse things you could have stuck in your head. Raccoon with matches. Yeah, it gives you two, well, three actually, I think. There's make a new save. There's save to a different timeline and then save to the same timeline. But there's like a warning that it might hurt your save if you do use the last one. I've never tried that one. Yeah, if you're retiring it, just don't click the green recommended option when it lets you save. Or do a manual save first, and then you don't have to worry about it. Or if you're super paranoid, you could like go into your game saves and like copy paste one. And ghosts are getting dealt with. Bunch of rocks has been put to rest. Weird. I swear I did that already previously, but suppose I didn't. I suppose I didn't. Yeah, that too. One timeline per install? Oh, really? Well, that's okay. I don't have that many installs. That's the old school way of doing it, though. Oh, that poor dwarf. Just put it on a pedestal for him. Put it on a pedestal in their bedroom and they'll stop using it. Not Sam's? That's basically like a family heirloom or an artifact that you're destroying. I feel very sad for that poor dwarf. That's like the equivalent of like you get a new toy and your mom is like, well, time to give this toy away. Oh, okay. I read it backwards then. I thought that you were putting the iron one into the smelter. I was like, what? Although once they name it, I wonder if it becomes like artifacts or it gets a accuracy bonus. The only actual bonus that artifacts have is they have an accuracy bonus. So actually, I wonder. I wonder if they maintain that accuracy bonus now, because I don't actually know. How much copper do I have? Am I out of copper? Smell both and show him who's boss. I mean, I guess that's the chaotic evil way. Well, I mean, I don't expect Asmon to develop anything along those lines. The thing about Asmon is he's taking the piss, right? In those videos, Flykick. Just like I'm taking the piss out of him because he's taking the piss out of the game because that's what he does. He sits there and he just acts extremely amazed because that's how the YouTube algorithm works for that type of content. Bars is what I was looking for, and then I closed the menu. So essentially, he's acting is maybe being too generous. He's abusing the YouTube algorithm with those videos, right? You sit there and you act as amazed as possible, and you look very surprised and impressed, or you make fun of it if you hate it, and that's what you do for that type of video. So he's goofing on it, and I'm goofing on him goofing on it. I'm out of copper. So because of that, it's, I don't know. I don't like that video that I made. I made it because chat asked me to make it, not because I wanted to make it. And it's really that simple. Yeah, that's it. Well, I mean, again, reacting is a generous, a generous way to put it. He just looks dumbfounded. It was more chat begged me into making it. Oh, Asmund did nothing. Right back when Dwarf Fortress released on Steam, he put up a reaction video reacting to the trailer, and chat spent 3 hours one morning asking me and begging me to react to the reaction of him reacting to the trailer. So I did, and I put it on YouTube, and I got 30,000 views, and some people apparently hate me because of that video, which I think is real cute. Easy money? I mean, how much did I make off that video? Let's see. How much money did I make off that video? $50. Actually, $50 I made off that video. The Forgotten Beast. Wow. Chat, are you aware with the No, it was in the middle of December, so it was slightly higher than 30. It's about $2 per 1,000 views in December. It's about $1.10 right now. Anyway, are you guys aware of the the infamous franchise Galgun? I could show this on Twitch, right? I think this shit's safe-ish for work. Ish, yeah, the game where you shoot the clothes off of schoolgirls. Anyway, that's basically what this is. Just one letter is wrong. Anyway, Gull Gun. It's exactly the same except you shoot seagulls, right? The Gull Gun. Mist Hose B has come. An enormous hairy duckling beetle is way better than darkling beetle. Darkling beetle. What the fuck is a darkling beetle? How have you never heard of Galgun, chat? I'm shocked. Galgun is better than it has any right to be. The soundtrack is. I've never actually played Galgun. Shoot the seagulls. Exactly. What the fuck is a darkling beetle? No. So it's just a beetle. Wait, hold on a second. What? Mealworms are darkling beetles? Huh. It's just a bug. Basically. Kinda got cute eyes. Anyway. Let's see what this thing looks like, but we're not gonna fight it because it's very far away from me. Oh, it's actually got like big wings. I don't think I've seen a beetle type Forgotten Beast yet. I mean, I've never played Galgun, but I'm very familiar with it. It's kind of hard to play video games and not at least be aware of the existence of Galgun because of how dumb it is. You know, it's like it's almost impossible to be aware of video games and not know what the Shenron Kagura games are. Everybody's favorite variety of video games, you know, everybody's favorite variety franchise that just makes games in different genres, except like all the ladies have massive tits for some reason. And they jiggle. Nothing wrong there. What, the existence of Shenron Kagura games? Jiggling and giggling. Yep. I mean, I personally would rather just play good video games, but like, you know, if that's what you want to do with your life, what am I to say otherwise? I swear that they made these bigger. Also, are we not making ballista parts? Oh, I see. You're making the arrows first. That's a crime. You're sold? Still talking Galgun? No. It's general degeneracy. Nobody's called anybody in chat a man of culture yet, so you know what? We're doing all right in regards to the double comments. That surgeon withdraws. A surgeon is withdrawing from society. Where'd you run off to? Well, we'll see. What do you grab though? Pause it when they claim a workshop. I think that chat is very much peoples of culture because they're watching a Dwarf Fortress stream. Stoneworkers Workshop. All right. TF is the lewdest game of all. Just because, like, you should be in horny prison doesn't mean that you're necessarily a person of culture. I think that's maybe the difference for me there. That's the disconnect. Being a person of culture just means you like good things. And maybe lewd video games are good sometimes. I'm not above saying that. Well, I mean, Bjorn, here's the thing, right? I've told this story many times, but there was a good few years there before I started making, like, you know, a livable amount of money doing this and was just making, like, a money occasionally. Not, like, much money, but a money. Every so often I would make a money. My dad suggested that maybe I should stop streaming on Twitch and should just focus on like a real job or school because he was concerned that Twitch was actually just a Chinese scam designed to make Western children stupid. And nobody in the chats were actually real, and it was very possible that a lot of them were just bots. Unfortunately, yeah, I actually added that game to my blocked list so it would stop showing up because... Not because I think it looks like a particularly bad game, but the walking animations that game uses are bought directly from the Unreal Asset Store, I think. Anyway, you can buy that animation mesh, and I've seen like a couple dozen games that have the exact same big ass walking with like the ass in your face angle for third-person shooters, and it's just like, oh my god, another fucking game using that same animations pack, for fuck's sake. So, yeah, no, I've seen that way too many times. It's literally just like a default movement pack. So. But yeah, no, my dad was convinced for a minute there that Twitch was a scam and I was wasting my life. He's since come around on that. I think he came around on it around the time I went to TwitchCon the second time. And like showed him all the photos of other people who do this and like people that who I met through this. That kind of like alleviated his concerns a little bit, but still took a while. Also, this fortress is 20 years old, by the way. What, Haiti? Like that game? I suppose. I don't know. I know they made a sequel to it at one point. But I don't know. To me, it just looks like a shitty asset flip. It's a baby penguin! Sorry. Normal response from a normal adult man like me. We have baby giant penguins in the fort, chat. There they are. Giant penguin chick. All right, so we're gonna do that. Did I not tell you guys to dig these out? I thought I did. Well, suppose I didn't. Sounded like a normal response to you. You sure? I don't know. I don't know if I think that was a normal response. And his voice jumped 12 octaves that day. Do you think that Leisure Suit Larry is a well-designed game? Oh my god. So sorry for you. Those are not great games. I have a question. I'm gonna look up a word definition here. Okay, so degenerate. Having lost the physical, mental, or moral qualities considered to be a normal, desirable, or showing evidence of decline. What about enjoying adult material makes you a degenerate? I don't understand. What Jazz said. Like, this isn't a Christian Minecraft chat room. Like, just enjoy the shit you like. And, like, half the stuff we've talked about in the last, like, hour of this stream, none of this stuff is technically, like, adults-only gaming, right? Like the Shenron Kagura games are, like, pretty, like, I don't know, American Pie levels of porny. In fact, maybe even less. I don't know. I think you're, like, giving your own people a bad rap. I mean, of course there's... Okay, nothing should be 21 plus. If things are 21 plus, you need to move to a different country. But, like, when I don't play bad games, they're not good games, so I have no interest in playing them. For clarity's sake there. I don't play bad games, so I'm good. Why can't I erase that? A granite statue. Ooh. Well, that's not really what I'm referring to in this instance. No games should be 21 plus. If you can legally make a video game, it shouldn't be 21 plus. That's stupid. No, he's not. He's not a degenerate person. He's an extremely smart business person. That's like calling me a degenerate because I make money on the internet. There's nothing degenerate about Asmongold. He's an extremely smart dude who's just happened to unlock an unlimited money printer by making very low effort content. I make just as low effort content. It's called the Community Fortresses. They probably take about as much time to make as one of his React videos. The difference is his get 800,000 to 1,000,000 views, and mine get 2,000. So I make $4 on a good day, and he makes a lot of money. So why are you just like hate? Like, I barely know the guy. I've met him once. But why are we just like going after Asmongold for no fucking reason? Like, what exactly has he done that makes him a degenerate? Okay, well, Dr. Disrespect is peddling NFTs and insults people for a living. What if a game has drinking in it? The drinking age is 19 here. So I don't know. I think like just directly insulting somebody from a distance is just a shitty thing to do. You know? Like, do you know the guy? Have you met him? Have you hung out with him? Have you spoke with him? Like, yeah, he's successful. Maybe he makes content you don't like. Okay. So, I don't know. Like, XQC, I could see your argument there. But at the same time, who cares? Sure, but words have meaning, right? And in a world where we exist in chat, like, okay, so like, I'm gonna get super fucking serious and talk about suicide for a second here. Well-known streamers I've liked have killed themselves because of indirect harassment. When the only form of communication we have on the internet is text, throwing words around has a lot of meaning. And words do have power, and I know that there's all the sayings of sticks and stones, yada yada. But when the only form of communication you have with a person or a group of people is throwing off an offhanded insult, like calling somebody a degenerate, which is an insult, and some people use it as a term of endearment, and yes, it's a meme, and yes. But it is still directly insulting somebody. So if you don't like me, are you going to go into somebody else's chat and be like, Blind is a degenerate? Because genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, that is really mean. And sure, there are people who do that. Fuck those people. You know, I've gone into other people's comment sections on YouTube and seen people mention me and say, fuck that guy. Fuck that person. If you don't like me, that's fine. If you don't like Asmongold, that's totally fucking cool. But seeing you just blatantly calling him a degenerate for no logical reason in my chat is weird to me. Yes, he's very financially successful. And yes, he makes low-effort content. I'm not financially successful, and I also make low-effort content. So, shrug. All words have meaning. All words have meaning, even if they use it themselves. All right. I'm going to read the description of this statue now. Moses, the surgeon, has created Or Runnison, the Bill Iden, a granite statue of Ibu Pridefather, and offers it to the whales of drowning. That is one hell of a name. Imagine having the last name Pridefather. This is a granite statue of Pridefather. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is masterfully designed image of Pridefather the Goblin and an elephant in granite by Moses. The elephant is striking down Pridefather. The artwork relates to the killing of the goblin Pridefather by the elephant by an elephant in the murky sea in the mid-summer of 269 during Umuz Olongo. The attack of monsters. It is encircled with bands of cushion adventuring cabochons, and this object menaces with spikes of granite and shale. On the item is an image of forgotten beasts in shale. On the item is an image of a water buffalo cow in pigtail. On the item, on the water buffalo, the water buffalo cow is in the fetal position. The arc relates to the passing of the water buffalo cow in the murky sea of the early autumn of 259. Yeah, I don't know. And maybe I just have higher standards than some communities and circles. But you're in my space right now, right? I wouldn't appreciate being called insults from a distance if you didn't know me. And I don't appreciate you doing that to other people, even if they themselves don't give a shit. Which is probably the case here. I see, in this instance, I completely disagree, Nix. There is no social awareness in this instance. There is no relevant social awareness when you're just insulting somebody in a public space. Because, you know, you're not hanging out in my apartment with me. You're hanging out in a chat room. That's a public space. Tell me about your ex-wife. Yeah, that's a little different, though. I don't think your ex-wife has a platform, and I don't think your ex-wife has a public chat that someone could go jump into right now. But, you know, people disagree with me all the time.
You do have higher standards, blind. That's a big part of why this has been the only place I've spent dollar here.
She stuttered really weirdly there. This is his... It's felt like she said an extra is in there. Maybe I'm mishearing that, but thanks for the $1. Cheers, dude. See, here's the thing. I don't agree with that in the slightest. I think calling somebody a degenerate is a direct insult. You might disagree with that, Neeks. I disagree with you. Also, I just had a dwarf die. Looks like we've got somebody that's brawling under the influence. Oh, nope. Rave Rumble threw a tantrum and was found dead. One hell of a party, that's for sure. And at the end of the day, Nix, I can't control you. You say what you want. I've said my piece. I think that your consistent usage of that word is mildly distressing. If you think it's totally acceptable words to use, go fucking nuts and have a good afternoon. That's totally fine. I just don't like it when people get bullied into ending their own lives because of constant harassment from chat. And maybe, you know, someone like Asmon can take it, and that's totally cool. So can I, for a matter of fact. But some people can't. And that's why some people are no longer with us. But you are directly perpetuating that behavior with your choice of words. And just because it's commonly accepted as internet culture doesn't make it acceptable. Also, we just lost a lot of dwarves. So that was a tantrum that broke out that caused a bunch of people to start fighting. Sentient Potato died in the fighting, as well as Rave Rumble, as well as Cold Tourist, Irvad, and Einod. And I'm going to go station 2 of the squads in here in case they come back. I think that really depends on which circles you hang out in, right? It's kind of the same thing as, like, if you live in Australia and you get called a cunt, that's just a term of endearment generally. If you live here, you'll get your nose broken if you call somebody that, right? But this is also an instance of somebody talking about somebody that it really seems like they're talking about in a negative light, right? Like if like let's say Stoned Hobo, my moderator, pops into the chat and I go, "Oh, you degenerate." Okay, he's somebody I go drinking with, right? He's somebody I know quite well. But we're talking at a distance about an online figure in a negative light to begin with, right? It's a very dismissive thing from a distance. And that, yes, but you were calling Asmon a degenerate and openly referring to other people on this platform as a degenerate. This is a really stupid fucking conversation, but you're the one who's keeping it going. I've tried to end it like 4 times. So at the end of the day, I do honestly believe that you're in the minority. I don't think at large we agree. It's kind of the same way as idiot, sure, but I also wouldn't really appreciate you calling people an idiot without like legit cause or reason. Man, this sucks. That was quite the bloodbath there. Oh, fair enough, bit of boy. People need to stop trying to retcon the meaning of words. Yeah, I don't know. I ain't the word police at that point, but... Did we catch why a tantrum broke out? So Rave Rumble has been a very depressed dwarf for a while and has been tantruming on and off. The dwarves were all singing and partying, and Rave Rumble just started attacking people. It looks like. As for the actual combat, it seems like he punched a metalsmith in the right hand. He just started punching people and screamed, "I started a fist fight." I have no regrets. I'm sure you're about to have regrets. Then as we scrolled down, he knocked the mechanic over by grabbing. Oh man. Grabbed him by his stitches and like whipped him on the ground and was just punching him. They're breeding. We've got a mating pair. It's not a concern right now. And then seems like was punched pretty badly. And then got stunned and then was found dead. After he strangling him, or because that looks like he was strangling him. But anyway, this dwarf died and it just caused a fight to break out. Looks like one of my spearmasters was in there, punched a thresher in the right hand, and her hand collapsed. Yeah, one of my spearmasters killed somebody pretty quick. Apparently I have a spearmaster. I'm not sure how they're a spearmaster, but yeah. Basically, one dwarf tantrumed and it just caused a little spiral, and then a bunch of dwarves died, like right here. What's the crab situation? Most of them are in this cage, but they're still multiplying. I'm not totally sure. I need to get rid of them at some point. There's also more combat logs going on right now. Might have just been a zombie coming back. Yeah, it seems, yeah, it's just dwarves puking now. There's also a ton of dwarves in hospital currently. You want to gift a dwarf? At this point, I either have one or the other one on. It's either redeem or gift. That looks like a blue X? Icon that looks like a blue axe. I have no idea what icon that is. I don't think I've ever seen that icon before. Rolf, what kind of dwarf would you like? I got so unbelievably perfectly happy. Dwarves lost 70 and in 3 days, 0 stress. Dwarves, wow, that's a lot of death. Yeah, I don't know. For me, the The tantrums can actually be a good thing, because they tend to deal with each other. I wonder about something. I'm tempted at some point to make a stockpile that also takes middling quality clothing and chucks them out. Hold on. I don't know if you're dead. This is also why I've had the redeem a dwarf thing off so commonly for so long recently, is because like people just redeem it and then I have to refund it because I still have a dwarf. Like, ask first. That's why I've been turning it off. And also why I keep turning off the gifting one as well, is because people gift a dwarf and then go, all right, who wants a dwarf? And then everybody's like, I have a dwarf. So it makes a lot more sense at the beginning of forts to have them both on. What's going on with that sprite right there? All right. Rolf is still alive here. I'll refund that. Fort is too successful? That tends to happen with me. Oopsies. That's the button I want. Still quick to form negative views about things. Moved by art and natural beauty and is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. It doesn't handle stress well and is quite polite and is brave in the face of imminent danger. Is still a gelder. Could do quite well in the military, theoretically. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Personally respects the law and values self-control. Visual description-wise, no scars or any major issues. Slightly rounded, close set. Bronze eyes are bulging. You are dead, though. Raccoon with matches, yes. You died in one of the big zombie outbreaks that happened. All right, let's get this done. Heard him. Pull, lie, cut. Our IST. Go.call. Or bad. Says. Saigunry fought? That's a funny name. And then Ivish Agrasat. There we go. You're surprised that you lasted so long? Yeah, it's... I mean... I want to say that your dwarf was one of the ones that died in the arena because I had some arena fights get out of control, which didn't end well. Okay, is there a particular reason why we haven't made these goddamn ballista parts yet? Literally have... Okay, 2. Okay, maybe we ran out of bits that are accessible. Yeah, looks like we ran out of bits that are accessible. Fine. Where the water randomly freezes? We don't talk about that, Brookley. You retire military due to injury? Wow. Yeah, I don't really do that. I need fortifications, not a wall. Glamourite blocks. And we're going to have a little doorway that goes down this way. In case somebody misses horrifically. Your dwarves typically die in glorious combat. I once had a dwarf single-handedly take out like 150 goblins and then die because they got crushed by a drawbridge. Because I had a doorway that was activated by goblins walking through it, which would like seal them in, essentially. And he walked past at the wrong time and got flattened. I didn't even get to like put his helmet by his grave, which is what I was doing for those dwarves at the time. Yeah. It's kind of funny, though. An odd chunk of humor to that kind of thing. Telling Artho is stumbling around. I go, Rave Rumble was, did commit a crime with 17 witnesses. It is disorderly conduct, and there were many injured parties involved, and many witnesses. Oh, rest in peace, our one mechanic. After getting bitten by a cave spider. God, I hate cave spider bites so much. Yeah, you're stumbling around. You've been kind of nuts for a little bit. Unfortunately. This is going to be just a ballista, like, archery range, I suppose. Or a ballista range. Because I have all these ballista arrows that my mayor keeps demanding I make, so we might as well teach them how to fire a ballista. Maybe it'll come in useful. What does that mean? It means your dwarf worships a god of murder. That's literally it. So they are worshiping their god, basically. Sort of like, how I like black metal and was listening to that new Cradle of Filth the other night. It doesn't mean I'm a bad person or I'm actually interested in murder. It just means I like Cradle of Filth. That dwarf's just a metalhead. That he was going to kill somebody? I mean, he might, but that would be unrelated to worshiping the god of murder. That would be more related to, like, depression or negative mood or stress. It's real fun when you have, like, a whole fort and they all worship really, really, really mean-sounding gods, Shady. And they'll, like, first god will be worshiping the god of suicide. Second dwarf will be worshiping the god of, like, disease. Then the third one will be meditating on murder. And it's like, huh. Bunch of edgelords. It's just kind of funny, but it does happen. Chaos cultists from Warhammer? I wouldn't know. Might as well place some floor grates here, even though they actually have no use. Just as like an aesthetic thing. There are plenty of bands out there that are fronted by absolute asinine fucks. Also, speaking of people who are absolute asinine fucks in real life, I have a question. And this is a question that was... and this is a question that was posed by Reddit. And now I wonder this every single time I see him. So, why does Marilyn Manson without makeup on look like Nicolas Cage dressed as Marilyn Manson? That's it. Like, it was posed by Reddit a couple of weeks ago, and I can't unsee it now. Like, I can't unsee it. That's just how method Nicolas Cage is. I suppose. I can't unsee it now. God of Death, War, and Chaos and Coasts. Oh, nice. Awesome. Beaches. Lovely. I don't know. He's always accused of something. Like, literally, as long as I've been aware of Marilyn Manson and Marilyn Manson's music, he's accused of something. To the point where, like, it doesn't surprise me. Like, when the last round of, like, allegations came out about him, my only response was, wait, people are surprised? Yeah, pretty much, Ryoshin. He's a strange guy. He had a strange family. That's one way of putting it. Almost like damaged goods. I don't know. He puts on a good show. I kind of disconnect after that. But I maintain that I don't like the drugs, but the drugs like me slaps. It's a good song. He's a messed up dude. Yep. Just pretty flat. Yep. Oh, wow. Of course I queued up adamantine ballista parts. I'm like, why are my ballista parts not being made? Yep. No, very much same kind of thing. Although I think like it's not that trauma's an excuse, but it makes a lot of sense to me why Manson is nuts. Just with his history and all. Kanye just confuses me. Like, genuinely, like, that man just perplexes the fuck out of me. Especially as somebody who's bipolar. It's like, oh, great. Yeah, cool. You're just, like, giving all of us a bad name. Great. Awesome. Sweet. 30 minutes. Yes. Manson is sad. Kanye's just... You know, it's funny how I was saying, like, you shouldn't talk bad about people if it can affect them. And here we are just, like, talking about Kanye. No, I think he just needs help. But never get confronted with the question? I don't know. I think a lot of famous and celebrity types do get a lot of help. They get overcompensated with help. And there is such a thing as having too much help. It's just weird. Al Yankovic is weird, okay? Don't pollute the good name of Weird Al. Jeez. But yes, I will say that Kanye is a strange, strange fellow. Humble. At least we're making them ballista parts now. I love the dwarves that, like, when they have hoods on and they look like Jawas. Well, to quote my... I quote my sister-in-law a lot, but she says a lot of fun things. My sister-in-law is very damaged mentally, all right? And to quote her, just because she's fucked up in the head, it doesn't make it okay for her to show up and shit on your sofa and leave. She has to at least apologize and help you clean it up first. Being mentally damaged doesn't give you the right to be a bad person. It just means that you might need some more consideration from those around you when you're in a bad way. That's all it actually means. I mean, there's many jokes you could insert into that, but... Ooh, tunnel tube. Sand pair ballista parts. I think you need 3, and I counted 3 in there, so we should be good to make the first ballista. I wonder if I can actually fit 3 in here. The idea is to be able to fit 3. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we'll probably be able to do 3. I will not tolerate Paradox's DLC. I refuse, Nix. How do you survive in a map filled with only tetrahedrite? Make super OP silver warhammers? Here's the thing, right? It's possible to survive in Dwarf Fortress without metal and kill all of your foes and then harvest goblinite. Be creative. Set stuff on fire with lava. Make glass. Make serrated copper discs and shoot them out of minecarts at things. Anybody who tells you that you need steel on a map to play Dwarf Fortress and survive just has no idea what they're talking about. No, it's not. It's capitalist. There's a difference. You being all lowercaseist here is truly the thing that makes you need to see yourself out. You were literally in the Discord a while back doing a nightmare run with a heavy aquifer, salt water, and no metal. Well, at least you had an aquifer, right? That's gonna, like, compensate for your salt water. Fort lasted years? Oh, easy, yeah. But no, I mean, here's the thing, right? Tetrahedrite, fucking easy. Like, I have no iron or steel on this map. My soldiers are... All of the iron that my soldiers are using is stuff that they've scavenged from enemy soldiers. And I'm kind of doing that intentionally. It's kind of neat watching them all, like, end up with weird combinations of weapons. I think that's fun. But the kind of enjoyable thing about that is I'm slowly, like, building up this army of, like, mismatched weapons, which is kind of cool. But tetrahedrite, silver warhammers are great. Silver short swords are fine, too. I mean, they're not great, but they're fine. Copper short swords and copper axes are also perfectly usable. Copper spears are perfectly usable. You can make bronze, theoretically. Now, if you're on a map with just zinc or just gold, then I'd feel kind of bad. Giant silver balls, yep. Silver traps. I think the hurdle for beginners that you're referring to, Raccoon, is actually less of that and more of a people are very used to Minecraft where you just need to dig down and rummage around a little bit and you'll find diamonds, right? Because Minecraft is designed for you to progress and it's designed for you to find everything that you need every time. Dwarf Fortress isn't that. Dwarf Fortress doesn't need you to progress and it also doesn't need you to find everything that you need every time. I need... Actually, it's siege ammo, isn't it? Yeah. And we're just going to go into here. Get them to move this siege ammo up to here. Cavern dwellers. Fighting. They're fighting with a forgotten beast somewhere that I can't see. It's probably the Ohm people again. More of them. All right. Where, what was I doing? Right. I was going to go check to see how many slabs I have to put away. Man. Yeah, honestly, like the only time that you actually need full sets of steel equipment is if you get a bronze colossus. All right, some migrants have arrived despite the danger. I'm going to pause the game. Let's get these queued up. Let's see where these migrants showed up. I'm going to go up to here. Unlock this. Turn on this, and let's wait for them to run in. Watch the population go up slowly. To 189. Combat notice. Goblin corpses fighting with a wolf. All out rain has been found dead. What is going on? How did... Well, why is there 3 undead goblins up here? How the fuck did you get in there? What the shit? There's no way they just ran in. They're fighting with my wolves a whole bunch. They entered when I unlocked. Did they? I super duper did not see them. I believe you, though. You saw them? Huh. I super duper did not. Well, Jamma Bama and Fallout Rain is dead. Benefit is, I'm pretty sure both of them were tantruming quite a bit, so. That kind of sucks, but. Yeah, I super duper did not see them. They came in from the top of the screen. Huh. I miss ASCII sometimes. Lore the Weaponsmith has been found dead. A hairy Petrosaur has showed up. I'm going to worry about this, though. Yeah, no kidding, Wanderlust. Where are you going? Oh, that's the Outpost Liaison. Oops. Outpost Liaison's just been living in my fort for a while, apparently. Alright, that should be everybody. Something came back. They killed it. Well then. Yeah, the Outpost Liaison's been screaming, let me out for ages. At some point, when Tarn has time to add new features, they should add little pings saying, hey, Outpost Liaison's stuck. Which, honestly, for most players would probably just be like, oh, right, yes, I need to kill him. All right, well, those are locked, meaning I can just queue these up to fire. We can start training. See? Dear Uber, who told you it was okay for you to send me push notifications to my phone for anything? Ever. No, you're not prioritized. You do not get to send me notifications, just at all. In fact, let me just block all notifications to this stupid app. Thank you. Perfect. I will use you once every couple of months when I really need it, and that's it. So now we're just going to train dwarves to fire ballista arrows. And need to set these bolts to prepare to fire so nobody gets shot. And then lock this door. We'll see you when we see you, Brooklyn. Thanks for swinging by today. All right. Could also place another one down here if I wanted, but... Now we just hope nobody walks up to it and gets hit. That's a guinea pig! Someone brought a pet guinea pig. Saigon Cesartomin brought a guinea pig. Chat, do you guys use ballistas or anything in your forts? Yeah, I don't know. Whenever I see like push notifications coming from apps like that, I always wonder. It's just like, do people leave these on? They must, or they wouldn't use them, right? You've tried with no results? They're not easy to make effective, is the problem. But if you can make them effective and if you can train like the majority of your dwarves on it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let this just run on automatic for a little bit. Let's see, does the mirror want more? Okay, you just don't want me to export more. I'm going to make copper ballista heads. But there's once I've trained up a few of them, then I'll set them as a specific job and give them their own role. And then if you want to be real good about it, set them as wrestler squads. Yep, siege operator. The higher their skill is, the more direct straight line they shoot. The actual concerning one, though, is how fearful they are. So this dwarf is now a dabbling siege operator. But, like, the concern is if they are super easily spooked, then, like, they'll just see the enemies come around the corner and be like, bah! And then run away. Which is kind of incredibly hysterical. But, you know. Oh, no, there's a zombie on the other side of the wall. So shoot him, you doofus. Okay, this ain't good, actually. All right, so how long until somebody gets crushed by a falling ballista arrow? Nobody yet. Ex-military works well with siege operators. I mean, and also apparently training your children's dodge skill. Whew, that was close. This ain't good, actually. Hold on, I'm clipping this. Need this for your purposes. Here's the clip if you guys want to view it. Yep. Damn right it is. Can I just say I really like the way YouTube has siloed shorts off into their own portion of YouTube and how I can completely ignore them now if I don't like them? It's quite nice. Hey, Gus, what's up, dude? Does training them at siege weaponry reduce their fear? No, so siege operating is a completely different skill than all the combat skills, which is why in chat it was mentioned that ex-military dwarves are good at siege operators because you want them to have like wrestling skills or something. What's up, Green Tea? Why are clowns a part of your fort? Are they clowns or are they experiments? They have similar sprites. But a clown Axeman doesn't mean anything to me. What was the name of them? Because they might just be experiments. They might not actually be clowns. If they're clowns, I don't know, you have a really cool, interesting, unique world. That's about it, really. This contraption trains ballista dwarves, yep. And then once I have a collection of them that are consistently coming up here and, you know, learning ballista-ing, then I, from there, weaponsmith's been founded? Ah, man. God dang it. It's the hard knock life for this fort. Yeah, because then the reason that there's a little ramp going down is so that dwarves don't need to run in front of the firing ballistas, and also ballista arrows can break if they just hit a wall. But because I'm making them fall, they won't break. But this fortress is too intriguing, or me firing ballistas is too intriguing? Oh. Also, it appears that arrows can land on them and not crush them. Because this dwarf appears to have gained 0 injury. And it just fell through it. So that's nice. Apparently, I mean, I just saw one land right on a dwarf, so. I might make a minecart route to bring them back up. What do you think? Minecart route to bring them back up? Buh. Quantum stockpiles work with anything, even children. But all but one have to be lying down. Is it 8 o'clock in the morning, Oldsbury? And is it your 43rd or your 12th of the day? Because if both answers are no, then no, you're not an alcoholic. But yeah, that's kind of a mean thing to say. Okay. I don't know. Is this an ironic comment? I don't know the person that just called you an alcoholic, so. We've already got a trained siege operator. This dwarf is bored and afraid. Uh-huh. No, that's your fault. You used it. You know, fun fact, if you go into, I think it's FFZ, you can set it as a personal emote, so it shows up as a different thing. Or maybe it's better Twitch that does that. But you can set it so that you see it as one thing, even though we in the chat see it as something else. Higher accuracy. So like Batar, they will go either to the left or to the right. But the higher their skill, the more straight and true they go. Welcome back for a second month, Ryoshin Cat. Cheers. Well, maybe they're not so much a friend of yours. Perhaps that family friend has something they need to work through with their own life if they're calling you an alcoholic for enjoying a beverage. Would be my take. Just queuing up a bunch of clothing here. That's all that's behind my camera. Setting everything to 200. Yeah, so if you actually like look at this firing range that I've built, they're landing like here and here and here and here. So the better they get at shooting, the straighter their shots will be. Also unrelated, but they tend to also end up training strength if they're doing a lot of this because the bolts are heavy. So like let's look at this bolt get fired by this dwarf here. Or rather, they're currently loading it. Oh yeah, they also load ballistas faster if they have higher skill. Yeah, see, this dwarf's getting some training, so it just went punk. The ads were killing you? I'm sorry. Ads actually, I think, should get better next month, though. Twitch is giving us a lot more flexibility. So instead of having to agree to a minimum number of ads per month, they're just giving us better ad rates overall. So, because previously the way it worked was like your split was pretty crap for ad revenue. And then they had these ad incentive programs where they're like, show a minimum of a minute 30 seconds of ads an hour, or 3 minutes of ads per hour is what I currently have. 3 minutes of ads per hour, which is a minute 30 every 30 minutes. Will disable your pre-rolls and give you a guaranteed lump sum of money at a higher cut than what you would normally get. Boink. And that's the way it's been for a while now, like maybe the better part of a year. And basically, if you want to get any sort of promotion from Twitch or any kind of, not recognition is the wrong word. If you want to show up in their recommendation algorithms, you basically have to take part in this crappy system. But they have... I need to crush this. But since then, or as of this current month, we just get 55% on ads, regardless of if we're in that setup system or not. So inline ads like banner ads don't make money, so they're not going to do that. I wouldn't bother looking at what Twitch is thinking about doing. Look at what Twitch is actually doing. Saying what Twitch is thinking about doing is a fancy way of saying that they're not going to do it. That's all it really is. Oh, yeah. They do piercing damage. They also do line damage through things. Boulders hit the first target and fall. Ballista arrows go through them. Oh, great. I was going to say we just had a corpse fighting. Is right here. Fighting with Oldiath. Come on, dwarves. Hang in there. You can be okay. Just keep punching it. It's just a body. Oh no. Zombie's winning. Zombie is just punching the weaponsmith, and the rest of them are just standing back because they're very brave and helpful dwarves. Come on, guys. Go help them out. Get in here, military. I need you guys. There you go. Fortunately, zombie punch not that effective. This dwarf is exhausted and extremely injured. Are you being carried? Yes, you are being carried. Requires a crutch and not brave enough for this. Yeah, my favorite is brave in the face of imminent danger, and then they say, I will not be terrified by this, and then you look at their description and it's just like, is terrified while in conflict. It's like, ah, yes. The duality of dwarf. What do you need? Needs a mobilization. Am I out of crutches? Oh man, you know, actually I should really So I've been in this fort for a while, right? Have not once extended the size of my hospital. So I should probably like make 10 traction benches and put more beds in here and do all that stuff. Because this hospital is just like severely neglected. Like at least it's got like a water source in here, but a web forgotten beast, and say someone had a dwarf get trapped in those webs and become unable to leave. How would you help that dwarf? Do you have a way of blocking the line of... Wait, hold on a second. Why is the dwarf unable to leave? Is the dwarf stuck in with the forgotten beast? Or is the dwarf in the area where the forgotten beast is shooting webs? Because they should be able to leave. Raccoon with matches too. What kind of dwarf do you want though? Like what job? 5 crutches. We have 4 out of 20 crutches. I don't think I have any specific animal husbandry dwarves. And I certainly haven't seen any, like, pet penguins. But here, I'll just go find you a dwarf that is currently tending to animals. At this point, because I have so many guild halls, if I wanted dwarves with animal husbandry jobs, I would have to, like, assign dwarves specific, or I would have to make that specific guild hall, which I haven't done. And I'm not actually seeing any dwarves currently taking care of any animals. But yeah, I'm not assigning any specific dwarves to the penguins as well. Yeah, they're all just assigned to any trainer. Yeah, no, they're all just assigned to any. Would miner be easier? I mean, I have plenty of miners. Beard or no beard? Beard, please, Cap. We'll give you the happiest unnamed bearded miner. Raccoon with matches the second is always in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings, is often feels filled with joy, and is obsessed with order and structure in his life, with everything kept in its proper place. He is very curious and sometimes to his detriment and actively avoids exciting and or stressful situations. He has a very calm demeanor, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He is quite ambitious and he has a sense of duty. He does not often feel lustful and he generally finds himself to be hopeful about the future. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he has a greedy streak and he is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He has a menacing stare when he's angry. I like that. Personally finds sacrifice to be of the highest ideals, believes that it would be a fine thing if all time were leisure time, word, and sees family as one of the most important things in life, sees concealment of emotions as a betrayal, and tries his best to never associate with such secretive fools. Believes that peace is always preferable to war and thinks that his quest for knowledge is a delusional fantasy, and values eloquence and values nature, and sees competition as reasonably important and values tranquility and a peaceful day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. That's more of a purple than a pink, though. Likes pig iron, pink jade, candle nut wood, linen fabric battle axes, gauntlets, and the meadow and the site of the musical blossom, and when possible prefers to consume wine and feather tree eggs. I didn't know those were harvestable. And absolutely hates purring maggots. You can eat feather tree eggs? Huh. I didn't realize. I guess I've never tried. You're a member of the Miners Guild, the Farmers Guild, and you're a member of the Earthen Creed, a dwarven religion. And you apparently can't stand and you have motor nerve damage. Oh. Since the year 269, it seems. Do you have a crutch? You do, in fact, have a crutch. What's your crutch walking skill? Apparently, you're married to Big Sparn, the Hammer Dwarf. And your kid is one of your kids is Sniper, who's well, a were creature. And then the other one's dead. So I'm sure That's why you've got a lot of pink text. Anyway, so you're an adept miner but very rusty since losing your ability to stand. You're an adept metalcrafter but rusty. You've recently been doing some weaving and some stone cutting. And you're a dabbling carpenter and mason. You are very happy, though. So you're a skilled speaker but very rusty. I wonder if that's to do with your social or with your motor nerve damage. Dabbling stringed instrumentalist and a dabbling dancer. Well, get on that crutch dancing. Is covered in scars, and his long beard is neatly combed. His sideburns are clean shaven. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his hair is clean shaven. His slightly close-set, protruding heliotrope eyes are slightly rounded. His brown skin is wrinkled, and his hair is cinnamon mixed with gray, and his nose is slightly hooked. It is a 20-year-old fort. Also, you died, so I need to add your tombstone to the list. Follow. Sorry. That's also only one of the 2 tombstone spots. Also, hi, Fallout Rain. How are you? Aside from the fact that you're dead. Obviously. My condolences. You know, it's kind of funny. Community member ClinoDev and Reddit moderator and KitFox moderator doesn't like it when people name dwarves after him because he's tired of hearing that he's dead every time he tunes into stream. He's just like, please don't ever name me a dwarf. I was like, oh, why? And he's like, because I offered once, and he was just like, I'm tired of being told that I'm dead. It's like, yeah, I get it. Been lurking as usual. Hell yeah, dude. Hopefully work has been an okay time. Adept siege operator. There we go. Dodok has been possessed. Dodok Crystal Fence possessed by unknown forces. Maybe even a monarch? Yeah, but it's generally not how the dices roll. One of my favorite reoccurring dwarves actually was Stoned Hobo's dwarf. I had a very unsuccessful fort that got absolutely like wrecked by sieges because I just got hit before I was set up and properly ready. Anyway, ooh, silver bars. Mace or hammer, please. And the best part is that the best part is around, I don't know, 2 years in to my new fort, I finally started getting traders after I started a fort after that very unsuccessful fort. Not everybody died though, I just abandoned it. I got a trade wagon. 3 of the merchants were named dwarves from that fort, and the outpost liaison was Stoned Hobo. To me, Marty Robbins and Mary Poppins might as well just be gender-flipped versions of the same person. That is a very Dwarf Fortress, Forgotten Beast. As come a okay. Odsnien Elokos Smignus has come. A gigantic cockatoo composed of ash. Has a pair of spindly antennae and a bloated body. Ooh, obsidian. What, Marty Robbins and Mary Poppins? It's like somebody flipped some letters over. You transfer old media like VHSs and record them, and man, some people need to warn you before they hand user anything. Oh, wait, do you work in, like, archival service? That's kind of a neat gig. But also, yeah, I can believe it. Can I ask, what's the strangest thing you've had handed to you? Because now you've got my curiosity brain going. No, it's a birdie made of ash. It's just gonna go get splatted. No one Forgotten beats that one, yeah. What do you think is on a reel of film labeled 1956? Something really racist is where my brain would go. Speaking of Forgotten Beasts, this isn't a Forgotten Beast. The rock Negom Tuxgak Aroslonso has come, a bird of prey so large and ferocious it dwarfs many dragons. All beneath its mighty wings should fear the sky. Sounds like a dwarf name. More like a kobold name. It just needs an ingus at the end. Or a didis. Gotta fly, just don't fall, Boreas. We might be Songs of Sixing when you get back. Well, this one we can, the other one, nah. The other one is a Forgotten Beast bird, which means it's just a blob. Because they don't have special sprites right now. This one we can, though. Also, I haven't seen a rock yet in this version of the game. So, there's two things I need to do. I need to pull this lever. Like, right now. And then we need to let it in the side. Because I would like to catch it. Because these are trainable. Stone Sun, the Whiskered Desert. Stone, are you here? I think I found your burb form. Also, Stone Sun is a good name. Sun, not San. Okay, that works. I forgot about those cages, but that works too. Anyway, we did it. Got him. Clap. So now why is there a crab up here? God damn, why is there a wild giant crab up here? There's so many questions. Seriously injured tame horse. Okay, well, how about you just become a dead tame horse? Oh, just never mind. It went and got caught in a cage, so I can't actually kill it. I mean, I was on yesterday. I generally don't feel good, True Freak. So it's kind of a trap to ask me if I'm feeling better today. But better in comparison to what? Yesterday I was just kind of sleepy, but largely fine. Today I'm actually in more pain than yesterday because my chest isn't feeling great, but I mean, asking somebody with nerve damage and chronic pain if they feel better today is, like I said, kind of a trap. Like, you're never going to get a totally positive response. As much as I would love to, it's not totally possible for me. All right, so we need to put this rock somewhere. I always love the fact... Okay, so you can train them to hunt. Terrible idea on this map, because it's just going to make a bunch of zombies. But, man... It's a male rock, so no eggs. But that's cool. I don't think goblins... I've never managed to do it. I mean, maybe you can, but I've never managed to do it. If you're going to do it, make sure the cage is like right next to the chain. But I've never managed to do it. So I need it to become trained, and then we can find a spot for it. All right, let's go back to what we were working on previously. Let's start using granite. I'm sorry, what? Apparently a dwarf died in hospital just now? Apparently I've got 3. Okay, what do you need? Am I out of splints? I've got a ton of... Okay, do I not have a bone doctor? I will add another bone doctor then. You're a farmer. Go be a bone doctor. Also going to add another surgeon. Wrinkled paper. Welcome to the surgeon squad. Got 2 diagnosers. The hell then? Also have a bunch more traction benches now. No powder? You don't need powder. Powder is exactly the same as a... Well, I think there's a slightly higher effectiveness of... I'll take a look in a second, Alexandra. I think there's a slightly higher effectiveness for powder and cast, but it's a one or the other. They don't use both. So, like, I could make more gypsum plaster, but, like, or gypsum powder for casts, which I was making at a kiln earlier in this fort, but I stopped a while ago. It's kind of annoying. All right, what's this? Ooh. Did this already go out in an email, Alexandra, or? It's okay to share? Okay. Just confirming. Also, this just confused the heck out of me. I just went and checked my email. And noticed that I'd been paid a second time by Twitch, and I was just like, wait, what the fuck? It makes a little bit more sense now that, right, yes, I have a second account. I get paid twice by Twitch now. You just sent the emails? Okay. Hey, chat, you want to see a baby Gorlak? you want to see a baby Gorlak? They're a actual potato. That's phenomenal. They have such big eyes. Oh, that's great. Holy crap. I haven't seen a hyper emote. Hey, chat, remember Hyperscape? I don't. The baby troglodyte just looks like a monkey. I like it. It's cute. But yeah, I'll have to make a. I guess I get to make a video tonight. Okay, I like the baby albatross. Baby albatross is adorable. You used to be rich. Congrats, cold-blooded. Hold on, I have to make sure that Diamond receives this baby gremlin though, because the baby gremlin is pretty peak. It looks like he's wearing like a shoebox. I get it. It's probably supposed to be a diaper, right? But it looks like he's wearing a shoebox. No, the gator is the same sprite, but like they cut a chunk of the stomach out. But yeah, I'll have to make a news video later tonight. Also, I give it like T-minus 10 minutes before we have a baby gremlin emote in this chat. There you go. Diamond spotted it. What's up, Paxmac? You just missed something wonderful. It's a baby okay, baby Gorlak and baby gremlin. I like how it's a literal potato. It's like, goes from potato to I guess that this is just a Gorlak before its tusks are in, you know? No, I haven't. Seeing them as hatchlings. God. The first one looks like a Pokemon. It's like a Mr. Potato Head. You want a baby albatross and the baby crocodile to be friends? You just have to tame albatross and crocodiles. I want to know what my baby giant penguins are going to look like. Where's baby debug guy? This is a very good question. Maybe the debug guy is just Armok. My army of penguins. I also want to know what my baby giant crabs are going to look like. Although they're born full grown, so we need those to be added to the video game. Just like my baby giant elephant seals. Which I do, this actually is a baby giant elephant seal right now. Debug needs a baby form. It's just like normal debug, but like with a soother. Just normal sized penguins. I want giant small penguins though, because small penguins exist. So why can't we have giant small penguins? Could you please send me a baby giant penguin? Yeah, say you should do the thing on Twitter again where you just like tweet pictures of animals. Partially so that I could just go save like I did the last time. Oh, actually, I know what I want to see. I want to see a baby rock. Although currently we do actually have baby walrus. Look at these walrus calves. Baby walrus. Don't talk to me or my son ever again, Diamond, is the meme that you should actually make. So now I'm just like refreshing my email repeatedly. Who is the source of the content? Kit Fox Community Manager? In the chat, Alexandra Live? A rare Dwarf Fortress news dump. That's a lot of animals. We have giant elephant seals. We got taken over by crabs, and I just caught a rock. Yeah, you're not on the Kit Fox account currently. Yeah, we caught a rock, a male rock, unfortunately. So, no rock eggs in this fort. You're in, yeah, actually it is. Yeah, my Oshin cat. This is true. Wonder how that artifact is coming along. Yeah, I don't know what's up with the saving adventure data taking so long in this world. It just started doing that at a point. It's a bit of a pain, frankly. You stopped playing the game when you saw you saw my game saving and you thought it was your game saving, so you're like, oh, it's time to wait for my game to save. You know, it's sort of like if you watch enough of a video game and you also play it pretty actively, and then you find yourself trying to pause other people's gameplay or like move the screen, which I've definitely done. Like I when I watch people play this now, it'll be like I'll try and pause and whatnot. Into early summer. We might actually get traders. That's not the option that I wanted. Also, where did my frames go? Frames, you were fine a minute ago. Why did you suddenly get bad? Something's stuck somewhere, probably. Or someone is trying to path to something. Suddenly, frames come back. A bit. Game, please. Stay above 25, please. You try to clear my notifications all the time? I leave them up as reminders. A force that is violent dark has arrived, and we will mostly ignore them. Although I will pull a lever to make them slightly less of an issue. Wait, actually. Nope. Wrong lever. This lever. Also, if you have lava just infinitely being pumped into an area like this... Oh, never mind. This actually isn't going to do it right now. Go pull another lever as well. If I... Okay, never mind. You are good. So if you have lava infinitely being pumped into an enclosed zone that it can't escape from, like down here, where it's like just stuck at 7 of 7, when this gets pulled, right here, it's just going to fire the lava out. Leverage over the enemies. Or your own fortress. It does that. So that's how you get, like, you know, pressure behind lava. It'll eventually slow down once it runs out of the excess, but just have to let it do that for a bit. It's also going to make all this start melting and all this. This is gonna start getting lower, and it's gonna start spreading, and as it gets lower and it starts spreading, this is gonna start melting out here. Homemade volcano? Not really. Unless, like, lava getting compressed, fired out of things makes a volcano. Volcanoes in Dwarf Fort are pretty simple. They don't do much. I'm using it just to keep this liquid here melted. Fluffy newborn hares? Is it like rabbits? Banger. But yeah, as far as DF news goes, the one thing I truly do want to know... Oop, there we go. Ah, there we go. I now have the email. Tarn and Zach will be at GDC in PAX East. Yep. I was gonna ask, are they doing anything at GDC, or are they just going? That's the thing I want to know. Past month working on baby sprites for animals. Make it easier to identify units at a stage of life that they're in. We currently know important. Okay. Baby emperor penguins look adorable, and I can't wait to see these in large form. Those adorable. This is probably the cutest update for Dwarf Fort. Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching the panel for PAX East. What day is that? Saturday. Cool. Although, I think I'm camping. I think I'm camping that weekend, actually. I'll have to watch it when I get home. It's just Happy Feet intensifies. So glad that they're adding more sprites. Just wait until we get Myths of Magic. Or Myths and Magic, not Myths of Magic. That's four. Like, I meant to do 400, but I hit 4,000. Let's do 800. 800 granite. Okay, well, I need to mine more granite, but that's fine. That's a faraway dream? Closer than you might think. You'd imagine GDC might be more stressful for Tarn than he thinks, though? Why is that? Just like people haranguing him? I mean, he's done GDC before. I actually know a few people who are going to GDC this year. Like, this is actually one of the rarest years where it's like, man, I kind of wish I could go to GDC. I keep getting invited to parties at GDC, which is weird. I'm not used to that. Yeah, that's all that really matters, right? Well, I mean, Putnam's working on bugs. And currently they're working on, well, currently they're traveling and traveling and traveling. Once they're done traveling and traveling and traveling, then they can start working on quality of life stuff. So I'm filling this top level up with lava, green tea, so that when I pour water down here, it won't freeze. Right now it's freezing because this map is too cold, and I didn't even think about that. So it rather than just flowing in the way I need it to, it's freezing. So I'm building flooring up here so that I can let water flow down here onto this lava and turn it into obsidian, and then dumping lava from up here down into the future deeper layers that I dig out, so that I can slowly 3D print an obsidian tower through the ocean and eventually down to here, or probably around this level, actually, so that I can have an obsidian tower carved out of naturally laying obsidian and not constructed obsidian, because I don't know, I have too much free time. I don't think he's had a chance to start preparing. I mean, he's been traveling for like a month now, hasn't he? Like, has Tarn even had like a break? They're doing the showbiz circuit for game dev. Unfortunately, Heart of the Tiger, your dwarf is no longer with us, I don't think. Let me double check, though. Yeah. Yeah, no, your dwarf is, in fact, no longer with us. Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking forward to April, because that seems to be like the next point that Tarn's gonna actually have to like do stuff. If you find Drothlas in your caverns, breed them. Drothla products fetch great prices, and they're often give birth to twins or triplets. Actually, that's another critter I want to see. I want to know what. Actually, I want to know what a baby Crundle looks like. That's the critter I want to know what it looks like right now. If there's a baby variant of Crundles, I want to know what a baby Crundle looks like. Human caravan has arrived. All right. Humans are here to trade with us. Hopefully they didn't show up right in the lava flow this time like they did that one time. Not quite, but close enough for discomfort, that's for sure. Yeah, I don't know. It's been kind of difficult explaining to people over the past few like weeks that, you know, Dwarf Fortress kind of actually has a similar-ish mentality to Final Fantasy's MMO, where it's like it's not really designed to be a game that you just sit there and play all the time, all forever until your brain falls out of your ears. It's supposed to be a game that you play when there's updates, right? And updates can sometimes take a while between. But the problem is people who play these types of games don't generally think that way about games. And not everybody's crazy like me and can just kind of play the same game forever because, like, this is my job, so that makes it a lot easier. If this wasn't my job, I probably wouldn't be doing this. I would play a much wider variety of games and just check in around major updates, like most people do. Okay, well, remove these. Yeah, I don't know. That's going to be a fun couple of hours just being like, "Oh, what is that a baby version of? Oh, what is that a baby of? Oh, what is that? What is that? What is that?" Just like with every single random baby variant of things. Especially cave critters. Yeah, like what's a baby giant spider look like? Just a normal spider? Assuming it has a baby variant. I actually don't know if they have baby variants. They might not. Yeah, no, that makes sense, Wacko Knight. Probably still terrifying. I don't know. I don't think giant cave spiders are that terrifying in Dwarf Fort. They're kind of oddly adorable. You gotta go for a bit. Might be back later. Baby plump helmet men and baby trolls are your faves? Oh no. I mean, I don't know if you've seen this, but... yeah, looking forward to going through and spotting all the babies. That's gonna be fun. Just a little dancing plump helmet man. I will be honest, I was considering swapping that emote out, that little animated plump helmet man, for one of my animated emotes, but I think it might be too phallic for Twitch. Probably not, but I'm not gonna risk it. So we'll just leave it on better Twitch. Because I'm deciding to be wise for once. Because they grow up fast? I see baby Crundles pretty frequently, in older versions of the game. I guess it depends. Certain types of animals hang around and some just leave the map. The ones that leave the map, yeah, that'll be rare to see. The ones that hang around, like right now, like these are wolves surrounded by wolf pups. And that's just a giant crab for reasons unknown. There's just giant crabs This isn't even a tame giant crab. This is a wild giant crab. There we go. Well, he was overcome by terror. Now he's dead. It was getting attacked by my wolves, so I figured I'd put him out of his misery. The thing is, I thought it would... So, I don't know if you encountered the saga of the giant crabs in this fortress, Alexandra, but okay, so we caught some giant crabs, right? One of the initial ones being Lady Crabitha, and then there's also Eugene. I think, yeah, Eugene's over here. Now, this is all fine and dandies. The problem is because they're giant, they don't have a child variant, so they just become adult immediately. And I didn't realize this initially. And I wasn't concerned about this, but even though like it's like, okay, that means you can't fully train them. Fine. Totally fine. Issue is, because you can't fully train them, and because they're crabs, you can't geld them. So, giant crabs are ungeldable. Okay, so problem one, can't geld the crabs. So they just multiply uncontrollably and frequently and in large batches. So it'll be like you'll have one crab, then you'll have 12 crabs, and then you'll have like 45 crabs. You can't tame them because they're born as adults. And you can't geld them. So I couldn't like slow the speed of them breeding. They just kept multiplying. So I put them all into a cage, right? Or assigned a bunch of them to a cage. And I need to do this constantly still. The issue with when you assign them to a cage is they stop being in this pen, because like this is like, it's a pasture, right? But they stop being in the pasture when you assign them to a cage. So I assigned like 100 crabs to a cage all at the same time. And then suddenly they took over the fort, which is why there's little statues of crabs everywhere to commemorate the Great Crab Uprising. And they were like ceasing to be trained faster than I could keep them trained. And the actual beauty of it is this is a resurrecting biome. So when you slaughter a crab, you don't get one zombie crab chitin. You get the zombie crab chitin, 8 zombie crab legs, or 6 zombie crab legs and 2 zombie crab claws, all individually. And that's like too much for a single dwarf to kill. So they kept coming back and like killing my dwarves. And so now I've just kind of given up. So I have to be very careful about like cramming them all into this cage constantly. Although I think they're still breeding in this cage, which is why more keep popping out. And because they're born full grown, they can mate the second they're born. So and that's how this fort almost died to giant crabs. Speaking of crabs, the giant forgotten beast Boniti has come. Humanoid composed of salt. It has large mandibles and it undulates rhythmically. Nothing to be aware of. So, basically just Twitch chat. It's never time for crab rave. Time Ninja. I think you still have a dwarf. Although I can rename them because you definitely lost your name. Because Hammer Ninja still exists. Because you were a military dwarf, right? This is your first dwarf, you promise? Is it? And who's Hammer Ninja? I'd swear that Hammer Ninja was you. This dwarf. Was this not you? Is there 2 ninjas? Wouldn't be too surprising. They do have a habit of doing that. I've seen at least one episode of Naruto. I mean, I believe you. But I swear that this was Time Ninja. There's a ninja guild? I mean, we do have the consortium of potatoes. Also, Gaius, your dwarf is still alive. Still in the military. Still chilling. But if that is in fact your first dwarf, I believe you. What kind of dwarf would you like? This is madness. Madness. What's up? Maybe someone gifted you one when you were lurking or offline. Possible. Well, I mean, we can just give you another dwarf if you like. I'm not too picky. Do you know what kind of dwarf you would like? Time Ninja? Hobo, I have a very important question. Would you like to see a baby gremlin? I love that the gremlin head doesn't change. Any kind of... I can give you a weaponsmith. The baby Gorlak eyes are hysterical. You're at the weaponsmith. Currently hauling a pigtail mitten. Time Ninja. Disdains power, values nature, and is tough and has good intuition and good memory and is a thrill seeker. Seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and has a calm demeanor, has an active sense of humor, and is moved by art and beauty that is natural. Tries to keep his things orderly, is often envious of others, and tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will naturally be the one that comes to pass. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He lives a fast-paced life and he has a greedy streak and he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. Often talks to inanimate objects when he's nervous and when he's speaking, he usually lowers his eyes. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill, personally finds Firstly, finds the acquisition and use of power abhorrent and would have all masters toppled. Values nature and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time and doesn't care about art one way or another and dreams of mastering a skill. Likes fine pewter, milk opal, one-humped camel leather, hemp paper, and hatch covers, and large gems and guinea fowls for their social nature. In the words of the berries of serenity and the sound of the phrase of lathering, and when possible prefers to consume date wine and absolutely hates worms. You killed a zombie wolf named Fedmith. You'd actually be a good military dwarf, but his dry hair is extremely long, and he would be very thin, but bears enormous lardy burden. An enormous lardy burden. We'll see when we see a Tacrill. His ears are extremely narrow, his head is broad, and his hair is black, and his skin is dark tan. You know, it's funny. Rain hasn't been a major issue for Dwarven mental health in a very long time. Can't wait to see how he inevitably dies. Hopefully we catch the death. Trying to like check something, but it's like not giving me. I'm looking at some stuff behind the scenes because Twitch just announced a bunch of crap regarding to ads, and I'm trying to find it. Oh, there it is. They hid it. Also, we have combat happening. Of course, it's a giant. What is it? A cougar corpse. Why is there an undead cougar in my living area? Anybody want to explain this to me, dwarves? This is suboptimal. You enjoy watching your dwarf die? It makes a good story. I think it depends on the frequency at which it happens and how hard you tried to get a dwarf. Like, I could certainly see it being kind of annoying. Na-na, 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 na-na. What's up, Donna Minstrel? You don't have a broker. My what? I guess my broker died. I mean, oops. Jerry Gord is now my new broker. I was like, why nobody coming to do the brokerage? Oh. That sounds very annoying. Donna Minstrel. Also, chat, someone should help out Green Tea here with the ads problem. Streamer has to be slightly annoying-ish today. It's been a quiet day. You know, it's the classic something Twitch Prime bullshit. Three for 21. Oh boy, it really doesn't like you, does it? Like, that's bad odds. Just in general, that's just bad odds. Like and subscribe, check Twitch Prime. Although there is no way to like ads. Not like ads. There's no way to like on Twitch. However, you can react on Twitch, which is like the least helpful thing in the world. I don't actually understand why Twitch added the feature. I think it's kind of dumb. But you can like react to a stream and it tells me where in the stream people reacted. It's like, you got 4 reactions this stream. Uh-huh. And they're all positive. They don't actually provide any usable feedback. Thanks, Twitch. Twitch Prime is your least favorite auto. Yeah, I feel like Twitch Prime would definitely be a Decepticon, not an Autobot. You reacted very hard to this stream? I don't know if that's a good thing or not. For a second there, I thought my frame rate was really low. No, this dwarf's just moving really slowly. They're still unloading? How much did you bring? The hell? I don't know if I necessarily want to let the dwarves out there. You're totally going to start pressing it now for some reason. It's been an affiliate-only feature for a while, but relatively recently they made it into a non-affiliate feature. Although we are sorting out the moods issue here. Let's check on dwarves in hospital. Hey, no more dwarves in hospital. Maybe it is time that we just redo the hospital, though. Yeah, I've had that happen too. I'm not entirely sure what causes that, but that's one of those things that's like, oh, it's just a weird Dwarf Fortress bug that's been in the game for forever. That is a bug I would like to have, you know, fixed. Because it is quite annoying when it happens. Let's see if I can get... I love how there's just a bunch of, like, wild crabs here. How many times can you click the button? Someone over there is the number. As many as you're willing to brave having. I actually have this problem where I often accidentally assign all my war dogs to the wrong person. I've done that a couple times, and I'm just like, well, can't undo that. What? I thought you made your artifact. Well, a weaponsmith has gone berserk. I swear that I thought about that out loud recently. I was like, man, I wonder when that dwarf's gonna make their artifact. Guess they didn't. Who are you fighting with? Lead? Weaponsmith? Seems like Lead is winning. Lead is very vengeful when joining in with an existing conflict. Lead grabs the weaponsmith by the lower back teeth with her lower right arm. And the weaponsmith is unable to break the grip of the weaponsmith's grip with their arm on their lower right back teeth. And then the weaponsmith releases the grip on their teeth. Grabs them and lets them go. Hello, Sonata number 8. I hope it's not a problem. But I made that pun just now. The weaponsmith grabs the weaponsmith by the upper... Why do you keep grabbing it by the teeth? Okay, he's not just grabbing him by the teeth. This dwarf likes going for the teeth, I guess. I guess to punch him in the mouth a little bit too seriously. Dodoc's the crazy one, this one. And he dead. Did you mangle him at least? Yeah, you mangled him. Shouldn't be coming back anytime soon. Well, that's a shame. I'm having a pretty okay day. It's been a little quiet, but no complaints. A Cabe Sean out of 10 on Mo's hardness scale to this stream. Well, is that a good react? Man, do you remember when like the internet just had like a 5-star scale for every website that mattered? Remember, rate this video 5 stars. Kind of miss those days. Well, I mean, that's not how you spell a cabochon. So I'll keep reading it as cable Sean. Remember when the internet had 5 pages? No, actually, I do not. Yeah, it's like a CH. Also, chat, I completely missed this initially. Baby Rock looks mean. It's a very, very, very angry chicken. Oh, that's very funny. I want to see a zombie Baby Rock. Looking extra delish. Yeah, kind of looks. I didn't want to go there. Man. If you'd been plucked or if you had baby fluff, or if you were like a baby bird and couldn't see. Yeah, they might just keep doing that forever. Well, that's unfortunate. The baby Gorlak looks like a potato. I like the adolescent Gorlak. You know, it's kind of funny. Like, Alexandra has sent us all of these images of like baby animals. What do baby dwarves look like? How has nobody mentioned this yet? Or are we only showing animals right now? Just an actual potato? Why not both? Baby dwarves are perfect as they are. No, they're not. They need to not look like adult dwarves. An expert siege operator. All right, let's see how many siege operators we have. I'm going to make a custom work detail for siege operators. Make it into a profession. Raccoon with matches, you're officially a siege operator now, by the way. Baby dwarves look very red. In classic, yes. They're the sunburned dwarves. Probably die picking up your own bolt. Turns out they can like either dodge them very effectively or it doesn't hurt them now, which is kind of sad, but also kind of hysterical. So, we trade yet? Nope. Oh boy. Or maybe like a week away from them just leaving. With no beard but mustaches? Nope, they're born with full beards. You're more likely to die from friendly fire, though. Raccoon with matches. Yep. We're getting the notice that they're leaving soon. Actually, just looking around. That's interesting. There is a human tower there with no books. You almost never see towers with no books. Sup, Pablo? Oh, cheers! Glad the t-shirt arrived. Hopefully it fits all good. Yeah, no, I'm stupidly happy with how that setup looks. Like that whole t-shirt just turned out so well. Turned out so goddamn well. I just wish I could sell it for cheaper. Because that's like the only complaint I've gotten. It's like, why is it so expensive? Which I get it. It is kind of expensive. Your daughter stole it. Okay, I mean, that's a pretty good sign of success, I would say. Vile force of daughter, and dad is somewhat colder. For anybody who's wondering what Pablo's talking about, I have a limited edition shirt for sale right now over on my merchandise store, which I'm not currently wearing because I'm wearing Papa Roach. But it's this shirt. It's going to be available until the last day of this month. So we're about halfway through the time that it's going to exist for sale. We might come back to this theme later with a different change on the design. Maybe we talked about putting a year down here maybe, and bring it back at some point. But this is a limited edition shirt. It's more expensive than my other stuff because it has the back print and the shoulder prints. But super comfy, 100% cotton. It's kind of this weird stretchy stuff. It's kind of lovely. It's got this fake brewery vibe based around the beer emote that, you know, we all love. And also, fun fact, if you are a crazy person, you can gift out pieces of merch to people in chat. Like, for example, if you want to chip away at and buy a coaster. Like, I have this coaster for sale, which has this little dude on it. This little white coaster with this guy on it. I'm just saying, pretty good little dwarf. I might also sell this as a sticker, too. But I actually haven't shown this off on stream at all yet. I should buy one of these for me. I need a new coaster. Mine's kind of dying. It's just a little cork coaster. Nothing super fancy. Supports a vile force of, or a vile mug of darkness very well. I gotta say. All right, well, they've decided not to trade with me, so that's great. Mini mousepad? Very mini mousepad. All right, well, I guess because I do kind of want this stuff to start going again, I will extend this to this again. Dwarves can go back to constructing stuff. Some migrants have arrived. Well, I guess that's good. Especially because they can literally just walk in now. Uh-oh. Got a ghost. Or Marul. Ghostly miner. What's your name? Rule. outpost. You wonder where that started? Have you ever played Dungeon Mans? Because in Dungeon Mans, you can read books and they give you like experience boosts. Or you can eat books and they give you health and an experience boost. So they're either like a one-time consumable and it gives you a skill, or you can eat them. If you're very strong, you don't read book, you eat book. One of my favorite, like, silly video game things I've ever encountered. Dungeon Man's also a pretty cool game. Talked with the dev once. Nice guy. I think it has a lot to do with Darkest Dungeon. I don't think I played enough Darkest Dungeon to really know why that would cause that kind of feeling, but I should put more stuff down here. What do I need in storage? Maybe even just more of the same. Could also just do a bars and blocks stockpile. Actually, yeah, maybe we'll do that. Construction materials stockpile. They're under tools. It's one of those weird anomalies of like the age of Dwarf Fortress's code. So, because like I think they might also show up in the objects menu. Let me check. But maybe it's just codexes that show up in the objects menu. All right. Let's see. Because, like, yeah, so you can just go into the settings thing. It's under tools. And they pop up. Apparently, I have a bunch of copies of scrolls because I've been copying things onto scrolls. Yeah, and then books are codexes. But codexes section of the screen does not also include scrolls. It just includes, you know, non-ones. So how many books do we have? 64, including copies. Blood Odin. How are you doing, dwarf? Read for the love of the elf. Why? You're enjoying reading books, though. Good to see that you've had a good time in here. Dwarf's also reading. Reading. Discussing reproductive behavior. Classic. So Jaden over here, Tyler Wunsdorf, is interested after discussing physical examination, and is interested after discussing bandages, and is interested after having an intellectual discussion with an acquaintance, but bored after being unable to practice a craft, and excited remembering performing, and is curious and says, tell me everything. Wants to be with family. Reproductive behavior is a classic, yes. Also, dwarves pondering reproductive behavior. Also a classic. I don't know how you're not super warm. You're wearing both a robe and a cloak. You're also 69 years old. What am I waiting for? And learn dancing choreography? Yep. You can read the dancing choreography, but also you can see which ones they're performing live. You just have to catch them while they're actually doing the thing. Like socialize here, where you see this little magnifying glass right there, if they are telling poetry or something, it'll say that like what they're doing. Like this, it says for the love of the elf. If I click on it, it says what that book is. But like if they're singing or something, and you click on that, it'll show what song they're singing currently, and also how to play it, approximately. I've been here since last Tuesday. It hasn't changed too much. It's mostly just this bottom area down here. I haven't really added a lot to it. We've just been like slowly expanding a few things. I built this little ballista training room, which actually, I know why they've stopped bringing them out. It's because this is not counted in the burrow. That's why. But I built this little ballista training room where I'm training dwarves on how to fire ballistas. And up on the surface up here, I'm working on this monstrosity. So there isn't too much else to cover. Nothing else is really new since Tuesday. Oh, sniper is a were creature though. But yeah, that Isfador actually extends quite. Actually, might be stuck in the head. It's an ocean actually, Benjamin. Yeah, that was a good stretch. I saw the thank you video. Thanks for both of those. Well, I mean, you paid for the shirt, I think. I can't remember who pays for what and who got stuff gifted, but okay, so someone did buy you the shirt for the giveaway. Gotcha. Well, yeah, no, I mean, just thanks for being around to enter into stuff to get stuff given to you, right? I still think that the t-shirt giveaway stuff is like one of the craziest features I think I've ever encountered on Twitch, just period. Like being able to have memes like vile mug, get mugged, bonk. It's just way too funny. It's just way too amusing. Yeah, well, I mean, like, nobody in their right mind would pay for a cameo in the current year, right? Right? Like, cameo's basically just dead at this point. Like, it had its brief point in the sun when everybody used it, and I was like, man, this is gonna die quickly. I'm not gonna bother. And I didn't, and it did. And now, like, there's other services just kind of incorporating that idea into their other things. It's coming along slowly. It's going to take a while. That's the real problem with this whole setup is like me having to rebuild this surface. It's just going to take a lot of blocks and it's going to take a while. But they're working on it slowly. If only it were able to contribute to the hype train. Yeah. We haven't had a hype train yet today. So there wouldn't be much for it to contribute to. I'm sorry, what? Tyler, what does that mean exactly? Very confused by that statement. Well, I mean, I know what a bitch is, but I'm so confused. You know what's funny? Twitch used to actually produce their own merch at one point. But it was only for people who lived in America, and you had to sell them through the Amazon storefront. So nobody used it. Pablo, thanks for gifting a sub to Benjamin. Cheers, dude. Keeping my rep up with the stellar jockeys. Go over this boiling pit of lava. It's a stable construction site. The ones I wouldn't want to be are the ones that are down here mining out this. That's much more dangerous. Yeah, they also stopped doing it in like 2015 though, so it was a very long time ago. Well, rather, the first time they sold official merch was in 2015, and then they did the very limited thing. I think it was around 2018 on Amazon proper, and yeah, nobody used it. So I'm like, the only way to get paid for it was you had to join the Amazon affiliate program. Which, if anybody here has ever messed around with that thing, holy crap, that thing is archaic and terrible. The Twitch subsystem, you subscribe to a channel for $5 a month and you get ad-free viewing unless the channel owner is an asshole, in which case then you don't get ad-free viewing. And you also get emotes. That's kind of it. It's pretty simple. No, I don't have... Well, I actually got banned from Amazon affiliates. Fun fact. I think I'm still banned from it. It's probably a lifetime ban. So I got an Amazon affiliate link so that people could buy anything on Amazon and give me like, I think it's 2% or whatever. And I did actually get paid once because somebody I know bought like a $5,000 film camera, and so I randomly got a check for 50 British pounds in the mail, which was very strange because he's from the UK. But anyway, I got banned from it because the vast majority of the purchases I were getting was from my mom. And they flagged me for suspicious activity and then suspended all of my accounts. But I still get emails from them, but I can't log in to disable the emails I get from them. So yeah. But Jornelius, thank you very much for that that Prime subscription for our third month. Welcome back. Yeah, and then there's also Amazon Prime, which isn't confusing in the slightest. If you link your Twitch account to Amazon, then you can get one free subscription per month. Did a dwarf just set themselves on fire? Yep. Actually, no, it was probably just a body because the population didn't go down. Somebody got encased in obsidian and just burned up. Oh, someone got hand soloed. Yeah, my mom bought so much stuff from Amazon that I got banned from the affiliate program. Although, admittedly, my mom buys stuff for, like, her business from Amazon, so she is buying, like, a lot of school supplies and stuff. So it kind of makes sense if you actually think about it in that perspective. Have you seen where, like, there'll be a pack of regular markers for, like, $5,000? Smells like money laundering? What, on, like, Amazon? Oh, probably. I wouldn't know, though. I mean, people have used Twitch for money laundering. It was actually, like, a really big problem in certain non-English speaking Twitch communities. Where there was, like, just problems with people essentially just... Can I mine out obsidian that's... Okay, that's a little awkward. Apparently I can't mine out obsidian that's currently inside of a floodgate. That's annoying. Depending on the bottle of whiskey, that might be perfectly logical, actually. Depending on the bottle of whiskey. Just trying to trying to think of a name of a video game that exists. There's this one developer who sells all these games at $100 a piece, and they're all just crappy asset flips. Okay, so bottles of worth whiskey that aren't worth $10,000 for $10,000. Gotcha. What was the name of that I don't know. There's a few studios on Steam that just kind of sell stuff for a bajillion dollars for like no reason. But I also have a miraculously good job of forgetting it. Yeah, I can't find it. I can't find any of them now, but I also permanently intentionally try to not remember them. So turns you into a different person. I know that feeling. Alcohol just does that to me. Sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse. Usually for the better, though. Let's see, have the humans left yet? Yes, they have. Ah, yes. I'm okay. I'm even more confused. Apparently, they sell a game engine supposedly, which appears to just be a bunch of asset packs that they don't own, or maybe bought. This is actually kind of crazy. Huh. Look at the UX for it. Fantastic UI. But no, it's literally just this. Like hidden, let's say hidden Western. Oh guys, it's a deal right now. It's 90% off right now. In fact, it's just like a single scene hidden object game. Scared to click on the trailers because they might have music that they don't own, or like hidden flowers, right? Normally $129. It's probably just one scene. You just drink and smoke a bowl and end up pop locking to Daft Punk at 2 a.m.? Oh yeah, and eating a block of cheese. Looks like a steal. Oh, they definitely stole something. That part is the truth. All right, well, dwarves are just making rock blocks, and some of them are making granite blocks. I do just need those granite blocks, though, so we're going to prioritize the granite. Although, I need to go mine more granite, turns out. Assuming that lever's been pulled, and if it hasn't been, I will just cry every time. Hey, look, nice. Actually, let's just go through here and auto mine these. There is some stuff to auto mine. What do we have? Opals? Another opals? Cool. Makes you think of late night munchie meals. You know, I've never actually been in a Jack in the Box. Like, not once. I've been told by many people that that's totally fine. And then I say that I've also never been in a Taco Bell, and then people get weirdly offended. I don't understand the difference. Like, neither of them have good food, right? Why do people defend one but hate the other? Yet people still eat at both of them. I don't understand. That'll be a terrifying day indeed, Suited. Jack in the Box is better than Taco Bell for sure. Last time you went to Taco Bell, it tasted like slightly spicy, solid salt water. Slightly spicy, solid salt water. Damn. Mama K plays. What kind of dwarf would you like? If I scroll down the list here, you can get kind of an idea. We got lots of miners. We got some engravers, two rangers, although they're not actually hunting because they will die if they do. We got some woodworkers. We got plenty of weapon smiths, weavers, crafts dwarves, cooks and farmers, doctors and scholars. Any preference? But yeah, I don't know. To me, like, none of those food places are good. The only legitimate difference to me is which parent company is getting the money. That's it. They're all the same to me. A cook? Beard or no beard? Well, okay. Let's see, how many cooks do I have? I have 2 cooks available. Either you're not picky. Would you like Monam or Iral? One is actively cooking, so maybe we'll go with Iral, who's actively cooking. He's currently preparing a lavish meal. Impossible Whopper is pretty fucking good. The thing is, the Impossible Whopper here is like an $8 burger. If I just pay an extra $4, I can go to a pub that I like that has significantly better burgers. That also has beer. So I would take that. Someone has to, right, Kalu? Moma K plays over here. Is in a constant state of internal rage after experiencing trauma in 269. Is grateful when others help him out and tries to return favors. He does not reveal personal information and does not seek out excitement. Generally is slow to trust others and tries to do things correctly each time. He doesn't often feel envious of others and rarely feels discouraged, and is curious and eager to learn, and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He is quite polite, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and he finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and he is quick to form negative views about things. He has a greedy streak and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of mastering a skill and is thoroughly disgusted by cooperation and believes the acquisition of and power of over others is the ideal goal in life and worthy of the highest respect. He has a deep respect for animals and plants in the natural world and believes that peace is preferable to war. He considers craftsdwarfship to be relatively worthless and values a harmonious existence. I just heard a ding. There's an artifact being made. And finds leisure time wasteful and dreams of mastering a skill. Likes black bronze, black opal, reacher leather, the color black, painted doors black, and everything else that's black. Rammy fabric and spears and pigs for their sense of smell, and the sound of the russet meadow, and when possible prefers to consume yak cheese and cherry wine and tapir's milk, and absolutely hates large roaches. Was close to a waterfall and is delighted. Is currently carrying plump helmets. And has no family, but does have some friends. A couple weaponsmiths. He has a very long beard, which is neatly combed, is quick to tire, and his sideburns are clean shaven. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long hair is tied in a ponytail, and his ears are extremely tall. And he has a round chin, and his heliotrope eyes are slightly rounded, and his hair is goldenrod, and his skin is brown. All right, so because I've got this, right, I think a good way to pass the time while we're doing this is I'm going to go down to about here. I'm just going to pre-dig out these. Well, actually, you know, I should actually just use the tool I literally never use. Where is it? Where's the goddamn planning tool? Change to blueprint mode. Blueprint mode. Everybody's favorite mode. All right, the next thing we're going to do is I'm going to go back up. Wait, did it only do the one layer? That's kind of hysterical. All right, then we're going to go back up to here. We're going to do this again. Because this is going to have a structure in the middle of it, right? Which obviously it doesn't have yet, but I can start planning out the entryway. We can start working on that. Because this is going to be our entryway. Right here. Wait, who didn't deserve what? Although there is an aquifer on this layer, so I do need to be kind of careful. Holly Golly, thank you very much for that raid. Hope that your stream was good. Oh, geez, I have to read the word story? Yeah, we can do that. Give me a sec. I don't want to go up from here. But I hope that your stream was good. I'm trying to 3D print a tower. It's going to take a little bit, but we're working on it. It's getting there, slowly. But if you happen to speak German, go give Halligalli a follow. Streams Dwarf Fortress quite frequently. But last Discord word story. Scroll up. All right. So in the Discord, there is a room called the Add a Word Stories. If you type in ! Discord in the chat and join the Discord, or if you're watching on YouTube, it's in the description. But then once an hour or so, people can make me read it. Verily, people jump towards open skies with nothing but yellow underwear in their butt crack. Is bothersome for some other aliens bums. cathodes are useful for bringing currents to dominoes. Anodes? I think is how you pronounce that. When do we go to sleep? Good question. Right or left is wrong in the passenger's cabin. Middle is certain, but also deadly. Baby zebras like new apples. For... And there you go. All caught up. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back down to bottom of this. And I'm going to figure out where I'm going to dig up to this. Maybe I could actually just go one further down. Now let's go one further down. Kind of don't like using planning because it's hard for me to see them. It's just kind of an annoyingly dark color. All right, so this is going to be my entryway right here. Now I need to dig up to this. And this entryway, I think, will make lava fillable. That could be fun. Because, I mean, I do have lava right there. Which I could drain through this layer off the side. Oh, boy. Chat, the game is saving. I'm going to, real quick, just hop up and go use the toilet and grab my sandwich. I will be back in a moment. If you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to entertain yourselves with them. And, I don't know. Stick around, I hope. Round of beers, please. BRB.
Woohoo!
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar. And put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit.
Hero
Shit,
Quest
stop
is
eating
the
ketchup.
best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
All right, streamer returns. That was actually extraordinarily good timing. And the reason that was extraordinarily good timing was the moment I muted myself, I received a phone call from my doctor confirming a different appointment for January. So it's like, cool. I already knew that. You called me already once about this, but thank you for confirming. I like that doctor. I don't like their receptionist. She's a little ditzy. All right. She also called me Georgery once. Pro tip on how to be a cool receptionist if you work in a doctor's office, Google how to pronounce people's names. Now, I don't know if I'm going to hit an aquifer. She didn't call me Blind IRL. It's almost like that's not actually my name. It's almost like just slight possibility that that isn't actually my name. Shocker, right? Streamer reveals true name, and there was much shock in chat. Let's see if this is aquifer. Also, hey, Renfield, how you been? Gonna go get your kids? That's important, right? Go do that. Lady asked you if you spoke English once at a doctor's office. Wait, really? That seems probably not classy. Bobtron, hello. It's good to see you. Wait, did she ask you if you speak English in English? Because there's only one logical response to that, if that's what she did. No. Not a word is the only logical response to that. I swear it's totally random. Devilish. Are you asleep? It's like going to ismycomputeron.com. Good evening, Mind. Yeah, unlikely. Pretty much, Mag. Yep. So Ayanami Rip is the one who's making an artifact? $98 years old, 2 kids, pet chicken. I was hungry. I mean, the website is very inaccurate, yes. Although good news is Penn Island is back online. Although, you know, it is a very accurate site, Hobo. The very accurate site is it Christmas yet? It just says yes or no. And one day a year it does actually say yes. Penn Island, yes, pennisland.com. It's a place where you buy high quality pens. And they're always sold out for some reason. That's one of my favorite joke websites. Oh shit, begun a mysterious construction. All right, so elkbird leather, 2 pieces of silver, fungi wood bars, cactus wood, jelly opals, llama wool cloth, and a piece of granite and a piece of shale. Well, it'll be shiny. If nothing else. Okay, so why is there just random open spaces here? Odd. Oh, is Half-Life 3 out yet? My favorite part about the is Half-Life 3 out yet? Like Twitter account is when Half-Life Alex was announced and he just tweeted I give up. And that was when that happened, that was the first thing that I saw about Alex was from that particular Twitter account was the I give up. Which is very funny. Is he back to is it back to tweeting is Half-Life 3 out yet? Oh wait, no, I was thinking of a different account that's identical to this one. No, yes? I'm fucking done. Back in 2020. I do like the sort of in 2017 tweet. That's a pretty quality tweet. Responding to a question on Twitter. Because this form being submitted is using a connection that's not secure, your information will be visible to others. Okay, penis. Be wary about that website, but I will say that I'm sure it's probably like doing something nefarious, but it doesn't change the fact that it's funny. Certain it's probably doing something nefarious. It's also this tetrahedrite wall right here. Which I guess I'll automate. Oops, no, automate. Normal build. Are they supposed to be effective? You can feed an entire fortress with a big plant gathering zone. Why, are you having trouble getting them to do anything? Caravan from the mountain home has arrived. Means it's time to pull this lever. And do all this crap again. Let's hope that it actually works this time and we actually are able to trade this time. Don't ask me how we got cave blob leather shoes in the forts, but somebody got 2 cave blob leather shoes in the fort. No idea how that happened, but it happened. Yeah, no, here's the thing, right? Everything in Dwarf Fortress is extremely OP. It's up to you what you want to use, right? Which is, in my opinion, the best way to do a like survival sandbox like this. Of course, some things are super OP because the game is half built. It's just like, you know, very few people really like use fishing dwarves because they tend to die a lot in my experience. But a lot of people, except for maybe new players, I guess, don't really use a lot of fisher dwarves. But 3 fisher dwarves in a river that has an ample supply of fish can feed a fortress of 200 dwarves by themselves, right? So you can feed an entire fortress with like 3 garden plots, right? Like everything is super effective in Dwarf Fortress. It's because that's not really the priority of Dwarf Fortress's design, right? At least not currently. Mussel shells for days. Fucking trout for years. So, you know, is it optimal that way? Maybe. Maybe not. Could be better. Certainly could be better. But it equals a system where you can really theme a fortress the way you want. And that's what I like about that system. It's just like when people talk about running out of food, it's like, how? Like, even right now, like, I've just got plump helmets growing, like, right here, and, like, sweet pods. It's like, if I need food, I can just do that. A shale table? Ayanami Rip, the miner, has created a shale, Nazogagkiz, a shale table, and claims and offers it to the whales of drowning. Just you wait. This is a shale table. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with fungi wood and encircled with bands of shale cabochons and rectangular jelly opal cabochons and silver. This object is adorned with hanging rings of llama wool and menaces with spikes of sangrero rib wood and silver and elkbird leather. On the item is an image of City feather spattered the goblin and an elephant in granite. The elephant is striking down City feather spattered. The artwork relates to the killing of the goblin City feather spattered during in the murky sea during Statuk, the singed assaults. I don't know where all these elephants are, but we're in the murky sea, and this is like the 3rd piece of art I've seen with an elephant on it. Where are these elephants? They're clearly not in my murky sea. They gotta be somewhere else. Uh-oh. Oh, we're hitting aquifer. Oh boy. Okay, well, we'll have to go one layer above and do some shenanigans. Frozen in the permafrost? Yeah, they're hanging out with all of the other critters. No, there isn't. Eldorus. Like, the only one where food could sort of be considered an issue would be, like, flat glaciers or mountaintops. By default, you can't settle entirely on a mountaintop. And flat glaciers, while you can settle on them, and this also goes for mountains, you just dig down to caverns and bang, you have food. Like, there is no biome where food is an issue. Unless maybe you're like also on a heavy aquifer and can't get through it. Then, okay, yeah, food can be an issue. But generally, no, food is not an issue in Dwarf Fort. Like at all, really. Watch a whipping smithing demonstration. Alrighty, but we need you up here. I apparently have 250 silver rings. And a single native platinum ring. No. Bins have to be wood or metal or glass. I think you can make glass bins, can't you? Well, it was gonna happen eventually. That was my first adamantine ballista arrow of the day. No, I'm thinking of boxes, which are actually coffers. I read that as plastic toques. Yeah, no, you can't make them out of glass. But congrats on your table, by the way, Ayanami Wood. Or Ayanami Rip. I need to figure out where to put it. There's a few items, actually. I need to figure out where to put them. Having your own zombie-infested world, so both the overworld and the caves are dangerous at the moment. Gotcha. Well, do you have access to water? Or rather, not water. Because, like...
Morning all.
This is very much a goofy thing, but, like, if you can get sand, and sometimes by dumping water onto dirt and then pouring lava onto it can make sand. Or water onto stone and then pouring lava on it sometimes makes sand. Depending on your biome. But Satchimal, thank you very much for the 8th month. And thank you very much for the first notification of money in an hour and 10 minutes. Been kind of a quiet day today. But good morning. Happy Wednesday. Waiting for 143 items to be brought here. And we're also waiting for Jerry Gord to arrive to be broker. I've also apparently got some crimes committed. One against Talon Artho, is to be expected. Several against Zephon, and one against another one against Zephon. Olbach got punched a bunch by Zephon, it seems. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Satchimal keeping that sub alive for an 8th month? Thank you much for the support. And keeping that subscription alive. And also, you know, I almost never say this, but thank you also for all the follows. Got a lot during December, but it slowed down quite a bit. So it's nice to still get followers. We have just barely crossed the 25,000 follower mark recently, which is actually kind of funny. That is the mark and number that you need to get free passes to Gamescom. So for some dumb reason, I decide to fly to Germany in the middle of the summer. I could get press badges to Gamescom. For some dumb reason, they're just like, you can get press badges if you have 25,000 followers on Twitch or 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, which is a very dumb, arbitrary number, which is completely meaningless. I think PAX, you need 50,000 followers or be associated with an official outlet. I just have to convince them that halcyonfrequency.com is an official outlet. Or stupidskull.com is my blog. An enormous quadruped composed of native... Okay, that one's actually kind of scary. Forgotten Beast Worry Uithikabi Namandu has come. An enormous quadruped composed of native silver. It has 3 long straight tails and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its deadly spittle. Wow. Yeah, that's kind of sketch. Yeah, I'll just let that live there and kill things. Just please mangle them, critter. Jeez. No, it's dangerous because it's made of silver, and the only weapon material I have is silver. So silver is not very effective against silver. Oh, yeah, no, I used to get PAX badges all the time. And Galende, I think is how you say that. PAX stopped giving out badges to people, though, thanks to Microsoft. I used to get press badges every year. Like, even before I was a Twitch partner, I was able to get press badges sometimes. But they stopped giving them out because Microsoft bought this little wannabe streaming platform called Mixer. And that was all fine and dandy. But the problem was they then gave press badges, like media badges, to everybody who was a Mixer partner, regardless of stats or anything else. Just, are you a Mixer partner? All right, here, have a PAX badge. Because Microsoft just simply used their muscle as, we're fucking Microsoft, as their way of getting everybody badges, right? Which is, great for all of them, and I'm sure they all had a fun time. But the problem was, and even when, I was in the line for PAX one year, this was, PAX 2019? PAX West 2019? I was in the line, and, I'm sitting there in my gray t-shirt with my media badge on, just waiting for the line to go through, just Twitch partner, right? And there's all these dudes just, wearing these Mixer jerseys with, their names on the back. I'm just kind of, eyeballing people and squinting. And, I see some people I recognize from Twitch and such, and I see some people I recognize from, the games journalist side of things. And I see all these, I'm start looking, and I just pop up my phone, and I'm just, searching for, these people's names on a stat tracking site I use. And it's okay, you have an average of 8 viewers. Okay, you have an average of 5 viewers. You have an average of 6 viewers. You have an average of yada yada. And then I started talking to some of them, because they're all talking. They're like, oh, you stream on Twitch? Oh, you should come over to Mixer. It's pretty good. I'm like, oh, yeah, no, awesome. Do you live around here? No, Microsoft flew me out. Lol, you what now? And so I'm sitting here, I'm like, and that was the moment I was like, man, this site's not going to last. It's they're flying out these Mixer partners who have, sub 10 viewers. And it's extremely elitist and mean of me to be like, yeah, you shouldn't be flown out to PAX, but bruh, you're not providing anything of value to anybody being there except for being visual marketing for Microsoft. It's like Microsoft just buying clout for their dying streaming platform. It was kind of sad. And then when Mixer crashed and burned, a bunch of people that I knew that were Mixer partners tried to jump over to Twitch and never quite were able to keep at it, and I don't think any of them stream anymore. It's kind of sad, really. Genuinely, it's kind of sad. They're investing in their partners, not their employees. I am not a Twitch employee, I'm a Twitch partner. Those were Mixer partners, not employees. Aw, man. Telling Artho's getting beaten by somebody. Or fighting with somebody, or beating up somebody. Probably beating up somebody. You're doing a spreadsheet? Just don't let that spreadsheet do you. Okay, I actually... Telling Artho you need to be... Or Jerry Gord, you need to be removed from your gerb. You are too busy tending to upset citizens. I need somebody who's, more available. Well, what's this spreadsheet? Al? But yeah, no, Gamescom is a big deal. But, the thing is, PAX is cheaper. I'd rather just go to PAX West. Even, PAX East is a bit much for me. Which is in, what? 10 days? Next week? I forgot I could just hit mark all. Look at me. Ooh. I will gladly take your bronze and brass and rose gold. Gladly. We'll take that off your hands. What else did they bring? Well, I will buy all of these instruments. I will buy those flasks because they fancy. Buy that iron toy boat. Brought a reindeer and a yak bull and a sheep's. Buy those. Ooh, I will gladly buy that steel spear. Don't mind if I do. And that steel pick. Might as well, maybe not the leather armor, but I'll buy the fancy silk robe. Buy the iron shield and the iron buckler. Better than the copper stuff that we have. Fancy gems. Ooh, emerald cut pink tourmaline. Buy the meats. Buy the fish. Don't need that. Do need that. Do need that. Do need that. Do need that. We'll buy the silk, why not? We'll buy the little bit of cheese that they brought. Buy the splints and the crutches because I'm lazy. I'll buy the books and the giant cave swallow parchment scroll. And I don't need the sheets. And there we go. All done. Easy peasy. For everyone indeed, yes. Did the Outpost Liaison arrive? Ah, there you are, Cybrek. I keep on seeing Cybrek's last name and thinking it says Whitechapel and getting really excited. And then being very disappointed it's Waldchapel and not Whitechapel. Because I'm like, I like that band. And enjoy your lurks, by the way, Hunter, too, if I didn't say that already. Yeah, no, the one, it's not really a curse. Curse is the wrong word. The one real downside to doing big marathon streams like the one I did the other day is then you have, like, a big lull for, like, a week or two. Just due to my own low energy, partially, but also, you know, you guys were very kind. And then it's like, well, I just have to now expect some very quiet streams for the next week. Or half a month or so. Food variety. You always must buy toys. Food and meats variety, because the difference between pig intestines and Drothla intestines and kangaroo intestines is the difference between a dwarf being very satisfied with a great meal and euphoric due to a great meal. So, you know, I'm just like straight up not letting the dwarves walk through the fetid slush anymore, and now like moods are just like slowly completely sorting themselves out. You wonder what? Funny how that happened. Yeah, weird, right? Someone in the YouTube comments section is recommending I make a t-shirt that says Binge Watcher. I don't know if I should do that, because I don't know if that's necessarily a positive. I mean, they're not that bad. Although it's kind of funny, every now and again, like, I will go watch an older video, and I was watching some of Hoodie Hair's older videos the other day, like, that were uploaded around the time Premium launched. And I remember commenting on one of them that was particularly amusing, And it got a bunch of likes because people recognize me and they're like, oh, bump this up to the top of the comment section. Anyway, I looked at the responses to it because it had like 40 responses and I was like, oh, hey, a bunch of responses. I'll go look through these. This was like yesterday. The first comment was, why the fuck are you watching YouTube videos? Go make more tutorials. I need to know how to make, and then just like requested 4 tutorials. I was like, okay, I guess so. So yeah, sometimes YouTube, definitely doesn't do itself much good, but I don't know. Generally, they're fine. Who demanded wooden toy boats? Wooden specifically? That's interesting. I think the most annoying thing a mayor or somebody can demand is either traction benches or ballista arrows. And I've got a ballista arrow demander right here. Assemble cop. So the dungeon? No, I mean, I'm making the ballistas. I'm actually just, at this point now, we're just training my dwarves to fire ballista arrows, which has actually been pretty efficient for the grand scheme of things. I mean, actually, also, is there anybody in prison currently? Not currently. Yeah, no, I mean, like, I've got dwarves that are just loading ballistas and, like, children playing with ballista arrows landing around them. It's a good time, you know. And this little dwarf here is Saigon is learning to fire ballistas and seems to be horrified after being caught remembering being caught in freakish weather, which is terrible. Cerniv, thank you very much for the prime sub. First sub in 15 minutes. Busiest hour of the stream. The last few hours anyway. But thank you much. See? It's not that bad. We're learning one thing at a time slowly. You know, I wonder if Starmancer's any good yet. Has anybody played this? Because this thing just got a big-ass update, and I got an email about it. I wonder if this game's any good yet. I actually backed this on Kickstarter ages ago, and was very, not thrilled with the state that it launched in. And I just noticed, Splattercat is doing some stuff with that, so I wonder if that's any good. Maybe we should check that out in a week or so. Oh no, Zephon's throwing another tantrum. Bunch more points against you. Are you one of the most pissed off dwarves? One thing that makes me kind of sad about this fort is I do actually have guests enabled on most things. No, not even in the most depressed. Okay. This dwarf was injured and then rescued. Home sweet home? Did traveled home recently? Also, Bane, it is worth noting you are still our chief medical dwarf, and you're doing a very good job. I'm sure that your dwarf is quite happy with the fact that I gave you more than one traction bench recently. Ah, you just got home from work. Well, hopefully you had a good day at work. Cerniv, what kind of dwarf would you like? I can tell you right now you don't have one currently. That's a horse. Why is there a horse? Not only any horse, a starving horse. Speaking of home, for those of you who aren't on the email list and maybe missed it, I got something to show you. After I find this horse. Pretty sure it's actually already assigned to here. Oh, this might actually be the issue. All right, here's something I gotta show you, chat. Check this out. Ever wonder what a baby Gorlak looks like? First available by alphabetical order. I could do that. I like the baby gremlin in a diaper. Baby gremlin is up there. Have you made that into an emote yet? Because I will absolutely, like, make that into a, I will absolutely permit that as an emote in the chat if you make a baby gremlin emote. All right, so first available in alphabetical order. All right. Scroll down. You get Alath, who is a miner. Creator of Ozrinkos. And, you know what I'm going to do? If people redeem dwarves that they already have, I will read their description and then ask if they want to pass it on. I still don't request that people... Still request people don't do that if possible. Littler Tusks is kind of great too. Yeah, no, I love how it's like... It has like a weird circular mouth until it gets like... Stop looking at my baby pictures. But it's like the second like their tusks start to come in, their face changes shape, just like real life. Oh no. Got a granite slab right there. It's like stuck. Okay. Where'd this dwarf go? Let's read this dwarf's description. She is gripped by crippling shyness after wearing old clothing in 264 and never feels hatred towards anyone or anything after seeing Nil die in 258. And she has a very calm demeanor and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she doesn't have... She doesn't handle stress well, and she prefers to present herself modestly, and she lives a fast-paced life and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Enjoys the company of others and begins to talk in monotone when she's bored, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. And she does not mind being outdoor, at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She personally values decorum and dignity and proper behavior, and due to wearing old clothing in 263, and values romance and doesn't really value skills related to fighting. Dreams mastering a skill and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. She likes gold, turquoise, hagfish, leather, and the color chocolate. Battle axes and buckets and goats for their eating habits, and rhubarbs for their taste. And the sight of the adoration of butterflies. Impossible prefers to consume giant kangaroo and sorghum beer, and one-humped camel's milk, and absolutely hates blood gnats. Word, me too. Description-wise, she has a once thin frame that is now bearing enormous thick layers of lard. I always feel bad reading that one. Or in this case, they use the word fat. Her hair is clean-shaven, and her slightly round, close-set brass eyes are protruding. She has a round chin, and her pink skin is wrinkled, and her lower right leg bears marks of old wounds. And her hair is tan mixed with gray. I mean, what do you want me to name a dwarf, Bane? Just tell me what kind of dwarf you want me to name. I'll just name it. I don't even need to unlock it. The reason I don't have it unlocked is I keep getting people, like, unlocking it and then not having, what's the word? And then not having the, or anybody who's around to unlock, to get one, because everybody already has one. And nobody really does the, yeah, I'm just going to give one to Brad Pitt thing, or, you know, random celebrity name. Stan the man, doesn't matter. How about a hunter? There's a few people on my friends list on Steam that are no longer with us, and it's strange sometimes. Every now and again, I see them log in, and I go, I wonder who's on that account. But Dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep his own counsel. Given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction. Feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. Prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and is grateful when others help him out and tries to return favors. He's quite ambitious and he could be considered rude. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things and tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He tends to hang on to grievances and is currently more fearless. When it tenses up when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Personally dislikes cooperation and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Likes native copper, bismuth, goshenite. Oh, goshenite. Pear wood and giant snapping turtle shell. The color light blue. And the color light blue and gizzard stones and crutches and geese for their formation flying. And Bambara ground nut plants for their edible nuts. Interesting. And the words of the berries of serenity and the sound of the russet meadow. And the sight of the musical blossom. And when possible, prefers to consume quinoa beer and absolutely hates cave spiders. And then description-wise, he has a very long beard that is braided. His sideburns are clean shaven. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids. Yep. And his long hair is tied in a ponytail, and he is average in size, and his slightly rounded cobalt eyes are protruding. His slightly hooked nose is broad. His hair is ochre, and his skin is burnt umber. Did I really read the sight of a russet potato? Did I, run those sentences that badly together? The russet meadow, not the russet potato. The sound of the russet meadow and the sight of the musical blossom, and when possible prefers to consume quinoa beer. But, sorry for your loss, dude. Sucks. I missed a vertical bar spot. I probably didn't miss it. Somebody probably knocked it over. It's actually more like, up here in the, up here it's, they've been knocked over. I haven't bothered putting them back yet. I've been working on other things, specifically this. But this is going to be kind of a colossal pain in the ass if this is actually an aquifer right here, which I think it is. I was hoping we'd be underneath it at this point, but it's looking like the answer is going to be no. All right, so right up here. Maybe I could make an artificial river with the aquifer. The problem is I want to fill that spot up with lava periodically, so it's not actually that easy. Yeah, it's not actually that easy in this instance, unfortunately. What? No access? I guess there is actually no access there. Game's not even lying to me. Yeah. So I might need to just wait until there's lava in the area, and then I can just pour lava through it. That, or I'll need to do some shenanigans where I channel up one layer and then build around it, but that's going to cause a lot of flooding and be annoying, but I may have to do it. Now we need a potato statue? Specify new image, plant, potato plant. This is an image of a potato plant. We name the item the potato plant of dirt. Is root a word? The roots. The roots of dirt. Done. They'll go real nicely with the crab statues. Yeah, I don't know exactly what we're going to do with that area. You made basically by accident? I mean, like, I have this thing, right? Like, I've got this water feature running throughout the fort. The thing, like, is this area right here is supposed to be the eventual entryway to the fort. The issue is, though, in order to do it this way, it's looking like I'm going to have to channel up one layer, dig up next. So basically channel up over here, channel up along here, and then build walls all the way along the top. But we'll see how far they make it. Because if it turns out it's actually just over here. Okay, see, they're colliding with the rest of it now. Because it's basically where the ocean starts up here. Yeah, it's basically where the ocean biome starts is where the aquifer is down here. Which means this is all going to be in the aquifer, which is totally fine because this is all going to be filled with lava. So it does also mean I could just, like, wait. But it's going to take some shenanigans, I'll put it that way. That's just a volcano. In regards to the lava aquifer comment. That literally is just a volcano. Nope, don't auto it. Just dig. You have 8 aquifer layers and you need to make a drain in this makeshift thing before the whole thing floods, and you blinked and you had a 5-wide channel flowing of water. Wow, that's a pretty hefty aquifer, actually. Hot damn. Like, that's not nothing. That's a pretty large amount of water. I also sort of forget just how factory-like this layer gets until I look at it again, and I'm like, huh, it actually does kind of look like a factory. Kind of a neat layer. Uh, 6.5 deep wide water and to power some water wheels. Cool. Yeah, water wheels are fun when you can get those up and running, and they look so cool, too. Actually, you know what? Let's just cut this off. Build in this side. Do that, and we'll channel down the next layer. So it'll be all the way along here. So this is going to be the new entryway. Eventually. Not for a little bit, but this is going to be where the entryway is once it's done. Portal 2 is genuinely one of the greatest games ever made. No jokes or exaggerations, just facts. It's really weird actually being such a big fan of a game like that, yet also not liking the studio that made it. Yeah, I did it. I did that the day it came out. Portal 2. Played through the entire thing in one sitting without really getting up. And my mom was asking me if I was okay. She's like, "Do you want food?" I was like, "I guess." She's like, "Will you come eat it?" No. Can you please bring the food to me, Mom? And she did, bless her soul. It's just such a perfect game to play in one sitting. So immersive, so wonderfully smooth in its transitions. I've streamed. There's several VODs actually on YouTube of me streaming all of Portal 2. The last one, I think I did it in one sitting. It was kind of funny because I was like, yeah, we'll do this. It'll be like a 9-hour stream. It'll be a good time. It was like 5 hours later. So I beat Portal 2. Like, I think I did Portal 1 and 2 in one sitting last year. No, not last year, the year before. Or maybe it was like April last year because Portal turned 10. Portal 2 turned 10. And yeah, we played through the entire thing in one stream. Yeah, it's like Portal 2 turned 10. Oh God, my back! That's probably my most recent, oh God, I'm old moment. But yeah, they will slowly extend this out. This will become the entryway. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. I think the front door is still open. That's probably going to take us up to 100 dwarves. Yeah, it is. What? Dang. 200 dwarves, rather, not 100. It's a very small migrant wave. So, chat, how do you guys feel about, like, maybe another 20, 30 minutes of dwarves and then we go play some Songs of Six? How do we feel about that? That work for you guys? It's weird. It doesn't look like there's a ramp there, but there is. Speaking of games that don't update that frequently, that game only gets like quarterly updates, if that. For a sec, you have to leave for in about an hour. So, I mean, still, just means that's what you get when you come back. I'm also thinking, because for a while there, I was doing these streams for a company, for a game publisher every Monday. I've been thinking, because those aren't a thing anymore and they won't ever be a thing again, I'm thinking about maybe working Mondays back into my stream schedule, but like for shorter streams. I tried doing the weekends for a little bit, and frankly, it kind of didn't work. So I'm thinking about maybe trying out like Monday streams for like 6 hours or something, starting at like, I don't know, 11 a.m. instead of like 9 a.m. So slightly later in the day start, slightly lazier stream, but on Mondays. Thinking about doing something like that. We'll see what ends up working into the schedule over the next week. Because something I really need to do is I need to actually get to a point where I have a like listed schedule again. It is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 9 a.m. Pacific, but like I need to actually get it listed again. So Need to be able to do something consistently, because the reason I don't have it listed is because I keep throwing in extra days around the edges, and it just like it doesn't work to have it listed if I'm not going to be exactly on the dot with it. Good investments, guys. Is to make the reader feel smart. I mean, that's interesting. So speaking of interesting, chat, did you notice that hatches sometimes have different hooks? Why is that? They're the same quality. What? What dictates which, like, handle they have? It drives you mad? Huh. I only just know it. Neat. Well, interesting. That, and I'm really, 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 really looking forward to the hot potato for Dwarf Fort. That's going to be a fun week. It's not going to be for a bit, and we have no official dates announced yet, but I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be a lot of fun. It's probably just a visual variety thing. I just never noticed. Smacking their screen? Yeah, well, that's unfortunate, but I'm sure they'll get by. I'm sure there's probably an easy way to just simply mod out the variety there. Traders are going to be coming in like, why is there statues for potatoes everywhere here? We'll be like, well, it's a long story. Is this in this? Yes, it is. Means they should be able to go down there and get that done. What are most of you guys doing? No jobs? Well, we're chaining up Zephon. At least I'm being productive. Traders should just respect local customs instead of asking so many questions. Huh. I know at one point in Dwarf Fortress Premium's development, this I don't think made it. Actually, no, I know for a fact it didn't make it into this version of the game at all. Every single quality of weapon and armor was supposed to have their own visual variant. And I'm assuming that that's still a possible thing. Okay, hold on, what? So wait, where's Zephon that I'm trying to chain? Oh, it's this dwarf, but they've sunk into depression. So I can't, like, actually move them because they're stuck? Okay, well, that's interesting. But yeah, at one point they were all supposed to have different colors. You just didn't set up a trade post in your fort? That will, like, get you no migrants, though. But if that's what you want, then I guess that'll work as intended eventually. The amount of art required? Yep. Yeah, I'm sure you know all sorts of things about games that have a lot of assets required. God, I can't wait until that itch demo drops. It's probably my most anticipated game right now. I don't know if that's even like legitimate anticipation or if I'm just gonna be disappointed, but well, the thing is you get two. Filled up just fine. You must have a really busy faction then. Because you get 2 guaranteed migrant waves, and then the rest are all dictated based on the amount of stuff you export and the amount of value, and the amount of homeless people associated with your faction in the area. So if you are in like a really busy part of town and there's just like refugee camps everywhere, you'll just get like random influxes. Otherwise, you'll only get influxes if you're actually selling large amounts of stuff to the mountain home. So yeah, like if you're like in the, I guess, a downtown region or something and there's like forts everywhere, then yeah, you won't have any problems. I've still got a few more levels of Brigador to 100%. I should go back and do that at some point. Sweet, they've left, meaning I can lock this door. Turn this off. All right, there's a dead dog in the middle of everything for some reason. And 2 people were found dead. I'm not sure what killed them. Oh, I see. That horse finally died for some reason that was supposed to be pastured that never got pastured. Well, that's great. There's an undead horse in my forts. And it's killed 2 people so far. Undead horses are actually like kind of a serious threat. It's called Truthful Spoken. It's speaking truth. The truth of, oh God, we have to kill it. There's teeth everywhere now, which belong to something. Oh yeah, the horse's teeth have been cut out, and it appears to be dead now. But it kind of took all of my dwarves running in and beating this thing with their silver warhammers. I really hope that that's going to be quickly dealt with, because that's a massive unfortunate sadness. We lost Zuntir and Melville. F's for Zuntir and Melville. Now there's more things fighting. Probably just people vomiting. Move one of the squads in here. Give the others a break. And is someone here making an artifact? I swear somebody was. Maybe that got finished. Must have gotten finished. Tavern games are one of those features that I also really... although the thing I want more than the tavern games, because like that is a feature I really want, and I hope that we get at some point in the next decade. The other feature that I really, really, really want, that I'm super excited about, is actually getting like the procedurally generated sports and festivals. Like, wouldn't it just be funny if just... Although, here's the actual sad reality of that, is like, we'll get sports and festivals all set up, right? And I'll be all excited and happy, and then everybody in chat's going to complain that their mayor keeps demanding that they throw a festival, and that there's, like, demands for festivals, and why are all my people mad? Why do I need to do a festival? That's actually probably what's going to happen, and, you know, it's to be expected, right? It's like, all of that stuff's cool, but it's gonna be done through mandates, right? It's gonna be like, oh, Noble wants a festival. The king shows up and is mandating a festival. What about Babu Gremlin for mayor? Oh, speaking. Fantastic. Fucking fantastic. Also, chat, you can now vote Baba. Ugh. Also, I recommend that you add that to your channel as well. If you streamed on Twitch, do that. Also, is Claiborne still streaming? I think he is. Yeah, he is. Just go inform him that he could have that in his chat too. C1 Iborn. Go, like, flood his chat or something. It's pretty good, Ayanami, isn't it? I didn't expect you to put a top hat on it, but you did. God, there's something about a gremlin in a diaper that's just amazing. You hardly understand it? I mean, here's the thing about in-depth farming. It hasn't changed from version 47 kind of at all. Like, it's changed a little bit, but not very much since version 47. So if you don't understand it, go watch Tekud's, like, in-depth farming tutorial. The vast majority of the information, with the exception of one detail, which is farming on mud or in caverns is, like, 5 times as effective, and in normal dirt is 1/5 as effective. With the exception of that one detail, everything else is the same. I mean, there's just straight up Pokemon assets in so many people's chats via Better Twitch. I'm pretty sure you're okay because I don't think Kit Fox is going to, like, you know, sue you for like doing that. So I wouldn't be too concerned, but also valid concern. I just wouldn't be too worried. Kit Fox is good people, and I'm pretty sure they heavily encourage our shenanigans with these emotes. I mean, let's not pretend that, like, Gremlin for Mayor Countdown didn't sell copies of this game. I guarantee you it did. Why are these all forbidden? What? Grandmaster Siege Operator. Boink. You don't know the value of various plants. I mean, it's mostly flavor, less value. That was kind of an accidental pun, I realize. Oh, the Steam post is out too, although I totally missed when it went out. Uh-oh. That can't be good. Well, it's probably just the cavern dwellers. Oh shit, we can actually see them this time. It's this Olm Lady Blowgunner versus a bunch of pond grabbers. They're shooting bolts at him. Or darts, maybe? Darts? And now they're beating it because they ran out of darts. Well, that's terrifying. These goofy little Olm people. Oh no! They lost a hand! Well, that's a handful. Uses, you guess? I mean, at that point, that's just memorization. You just search them on the wiki and see if they're brewable. Because plants tend to fall under a handful of categories. It's like clothing, cloth, or cookable and brewable. If you have something and you're like, man, is it cookable? You go to the kitchen screen, under labor, kitchen, you can see whether or not their seeds are cookable. In fact, a lot of these seeds I should probably just cook because, like, I'm never going to be using fisherberry or longland. I guess I could make those into flowers, so I shouldn't do that. But pigtail seeds we need. Plump helmet spawn I need. Ratweed seeds I don't need. We can just cook all of those. And then there's, wine, obviously, and then that's just, like, unrelated. But it'll tell you whether or not stuff's cookable or brewable. To the point where, like, I feel like I should stop brewing plump helmets for a little bit, but then we'll run out of other food, like, almost immediately. But, yeah, these are your varieties in here and what they're useful for. And then if they're not in any of those, then it's usually flour. So that Ulm person just got wrecked. Kind of want to just send my dwarves down here and fight this, but then... It's like, there's this slowly growing, like, little army of Ulm people down here, but I also really don't want my military to just go die to them, Because there's probably forgotten beasts and whatnot down here. I will tell you this, I've never found potash to be valuable. In, like, my entire history of streaming. I've never... And playing Dwarf Fort. I've never found potash to be particularly valuable. I don't know what the majority of these dwarves are doing currently. How many of them are just running through here with no jobs constantly? The thing is, if you're just having plump helmets, then the dwarves get all upset about lack of food variety, right? Like, I'm running into this problem right now. I keep seeing same old booze because the only thing we actually have in the fort right now is the only food stuff we actually have in the fort currently. The only food stuff I currently have in the fort is plump helmet wine. Right, which is dwarven wine. Hey, we got some Emperor Penguin soap. Look at that. That's the stuff. Curious about the day in the life of a hammer dwarf who is off duty. Oh, wait, you're definitely on duty. I'm gonna find a military dwarf who's currently off duty. Are they? I'm in before they're all on duty. They're all in staggered training. You know what? Let's just set them all to ready for a little bit and just give them a break, because they've earned it, I think, my soldiers. So let's see, like, what Claiborne does with a day. What's a day in the life of Claiborne like? Claiborne's going to go store owned item. He's going to go store his male shirt, I think. He's also got some old injuries. Is a legendary mace dwarf, after all. Got trouble breathing. Got an artery torn in his upper body muscles. His upper body bears a massive straight scar. It might be time to, I don't know, change the careers of some of these dwarves, potentially. Yeah, I've never found the need for potash. Unless, like, you're doing surface farming and you want, like, that extra little bump of stuff for a specific product type. You really, really, really don't need potash. It's just not something that you need. You know, something that's kind of frustrating for me is when Premium Dwarf Fort came out, a lot of people asked me, can you please put chat on screen so I know what you're talking to? I'm like, okay, fine. I'll do that. I finally did it. I caved. I don't really like actually having chat on screen, but you guys live on my head now, right? Now I just get comments saying, can you, and now I still get comments of people saying, can you please read out the things that they're saying? It's like, no. Maybe I'm mean, but no. Still putting stuff away. Really does take the soldiers a while to store all of their items. You're my hat, yes. And you also have hats if you're in the chat. Is this still Waterlungs? Oh, you know, I mean, you're not me. You're not. But pro tip, name of fort right there. Yes, this is still Waterlungs. I might need to move on to a new, like, fort pretty soon. I like this fort, and it's very fun. But maybe we'll take, like, a week-long break from it or something and play a different fort and then come back. Not because I'm getting bored of it, but I fear that after a while the audience gets bored. So I'm thinking maybe next week we start up a different fort idea that I have, which I'm not going to talk about too much, but I do have an idea for a different fort that I would like to try. Play that for a week and then come back to this one. Surface foraging seems to net you enough variety and volume that you haven't even tried the cavern style. Yeah, no, I mean, surface foraging is extreme. Actually, just like doing surface-focused forts, specifically focused on foraging, hunting, and surface crop farming is a lot of fun, by the way. Something like that, Oxford. Did your cat step on your keyboard, Gristith, or is that like a descriptor of something? Need to set up a big cavern farm once, but new player here. Hi, old player here. Thanks for a lot of the tutorials that helped you a lot and get into this masterpiece. Hell yeah, no problem, dude. I don't get those comments so much these days because, you know, there isn't like 50,000 people watching them a day. It's now like, I don't know, maybe 1,000, but thank you. It means a lot. It's nice when people still pop in and say hi. Could get were-lizard or giant ticked. Giant tick murder is my favorite random murder. That happens. Just see like Dwarf sitting there and then suddenly like giant tick is on top of them and Dwarf dead. In a tree. I should start a starvation fort with nothing tasty on the surface. Starvation fort? The thing is, like, it takes a lot for dwarves to actually starve to death because if you do provide them with absolutely no edible substances, they will just start grabbing vermin and eating them. So if you happen to have hamsters on the ground, they will just start eating those. I need to stop making meals. I've got almost 10,000. Nerds Half-Life, how was your stream? What's up, dude? Kogun, are you a... Yes! We have legendary siege operators. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, so I'm going to make a new squad. And they're just going to be a no-uniform wrestling squad. And they're going to be called SIEGE. Ops! Knob, what kind of derf would you lurk? And this is going to be the first one. This is going to be our commander. And they're going to be very infrequently training. But when they do train, their whole point is to just train up their general, like, will to live. So that I can... So that they'll actually be brave-ish and useful enough in war times. There you are. There's also that one. We'll throw you in here too. Most boring job possible. Does walking up, firing a ballista arrow, and then walking underground, and then walking up and firing a ballista arrow, and then walking down, and then walking up, and then firing a ballista arrow, and then walking down, and then walking up, and then firing a ballista arrow, and then walking down and walking up, and then firing a ballista arrow count as boring? Because I've got two right in front of me. I mean, it's just like war. Extreme boredom coupled with occasional moments of extreme terror. All right, so Captain Nob is impervious to the effects of stress and rarely develops negative feelings towards things. He can get caught up in internal deliberations and when action is necessary, and he rarely feels discouraged. He is somewhat quarrelsome, though he is conflicted by this for many a reason, and he is pleased by his own appearance and dalliance. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and has little interest in joking around, and he has a sense of duty. Though he still holds the law in disdain and doesn't seek out excitement, and generally finds himself quite hopeful about the future and tries to keep his things orderly and tends to avoid crowds and has a noticeable lack of vile force of darkness. Well, it's completely worthless. And has a noticeable lack of perseverance. And he has a greedy streak. He often talks to inanimate objects like the bolts he carries when he's nervous, and he idly chews his lips when he's bored. He personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Finds that moderation and self-control very important, and does not respect the law. Sees perseverance in the face of adversity very bullheaded and foolish, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. And this dream was realized. A guide to dwarf agriculture and cuisine? I mean, you should. Why not? Who's stopping you? He has a very long beard and his sideburns are clean shaven. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids. Beyblades. His very long hair is neatly combed, and his slightly rounded emerald eyes are protruding. His eyelashes are short, and his hair is brown, and his skin is, of course, sepia. I like conflicted dwarves. They're interesting characters, Half-Life. You know, I just realized that your name shortens down to NHL. That's kind of amusing to me. All right. Over here, this is just going to be a block stockpile. So this is going to be bars and blocks, but just stone and clay. Not for obsidian, though, because I want those upstairs. All right, so there's a drawbridge right there, and we're getting the last of these filled in. We are getting there, though. Just taking time. Then there's me. I just set a repeating booze job to go until I have like 2,000, then forget about it for a year. That's legit how I do it. I'm using boulders, and I'm going to regret that because it's going to take years, but at this point, whatever. We just need to do along that line there. Don't do 2,000. Do them like 500 at a time. But yeah, that's legit how I do it. I just make a job until I forget about it, and then just forget about it. Oh no. Managed to create negative space, I think. Oh well. Old bugs. Old strange bugs. I mean, the question is, are you using charcoal or lava? Or coal? Because if you're using charcoal or lava, then yeah, they will get derailed because you'll run out of stuff. I mean, there's a point where, like, adding stuff to your stockpile just... The only thing it really benefits you with is adding more pathing jobs and makes your stockpile load slower. So I would intentionally try to make your like supplies lower. Like I just realized here that I got 10,000 meals sitting up there. I shouldn't have those. I need to get rid of those. That should be a much lower number because otherwise what's going to end up happening is you're just going to start just having jobs like existing and then canceling and existing and then canceling because you got too many random items sitting around. And that's not exactly a good thing. Oh, I read that as bronze, not booze. Stills do not use fuel. My bad. I misread what you said. Stills do not, in fact, use fuel. That would be cool, though. They should use fuel. In my humble opinion, they should use fuel. This is such a messy looking layer. I mean, look at this fucking thing. You gonna go mine that further away one? Please tell me you are. Yes, you are. Well, my favorite conundrum for everybody who plays Dwarf Fortress is, what do dwarves use to catch fish? Exactly. There's no fishing rods. Well, then how do my legendary lady dwarves without beards fish? Jazz. They use their hands. Yeah, true, they just put their hands in the water and sit there very still. They noodle. They be noodling. Out there noodling. Chat taught me what noodling was last year. That was a fun conversation. Tackle them. Get them! Basically. So I need to knock out this back wall here, basically. Which I didn't really want to do it that way, yet here we are. Maybe dwarven wrestlers are good at fish catching. Why? Because they have to wrestle the fish? Have quite a bit in common with bears. That's why so many people have beards on for all dwarves. They just like their bears, man. Especially since your fishermen are usually very bad at fishing unless the creatures are really slow or basically immobile. I was just kind of imagine that they just use a will to survive to fish. Speaking of good old games, there's another new release date, once again, for System Shock. I was reading around in the Steam forums, and it's just a lot of people really mad because they're like, game's never coming out, blah, or whatever. But one of the things that I saw stated was by, you know, one of their supposed beta testers. There's Psycholabs. And but most of the Steam forums are just like the lawsuit. It's like, what are you gonna like? How are you like? That's not a grounds for lawsuit, even if you pre-ordered the game and backed it on Kickstarter. Otherwise, like Ubisoft would be bankrupt by now. Like, could you imagine if just like not releasing a game on time was like an actual reason for lawsuit? Like, my God, Ubisoft would have been bankrupt like a dozen times already. Anyway, which may actually be for the best, but aside from that, apparently there's still like some pretty major endgame bugs, but I'm still hopeful that that game's gonna be good because that demo is really good. And if the entire game is as good as that demo was, even with its weird clunkiness, I can totally tolerate a sort of clunky remake of one of the coolest games ever made. So I hope that game's good. Which is May 30th is the new release date. I think that this game, though, System Shock Remastered, is very much an example of why you don't announce a release date for a video game when you're not totally sure when it's going to release. Because there was one person who like had a really good little compilation of every single announced release date. It was like 2017 was the original one. 2019, 2020, and then TBD, then 2022, then early 2023, then May 2023, and now March. It's like, I think that's about the same number of release dates as Skull and Bones, so. Sup, Gregor? That's a very surprised Pikachu. Or angry Pikachu? Angry Pikachu. Pikachu wrestler. Or there's a different name for people who get shellfish that isn't fishermen, and I don't know what it is. Reminiscent of the James Webb Telescope. One of those things is slightly more important, but I need a raw catch cover is what I need. Need it made out of gabbro. Need that done first. A fisher or a fisherman, someone who captures fish and other animals or gathers shellfish. Oh, really? I thought they had like their own specific name. Huh. I know that, like, if you're going for crab or lobster specifically, it's, like, crabbing. Can you explain for a noob what I'm up to with all of this lava making obsidian? I don't know if I could easily explain to an advanced player what I'm doing with all this lava. I'm melting an ocean. I'm fucking around largely. So this is clearer actually in ASCII. So this is an ocean here, right? This is all obsidian, and then this is all salt water that's permafrozen. This is all lava down here, and when the lava is moving underneath the ice, it thaws the ice. So I'm dumping lava on top of this tiny little bit of ocean in here so that it can flow through, so that I can turn this tile of, well, it was beach, it was sand previously, into obsidian, so that I can then mine through it, so that I can then let more lava into the layer beneath it, so that I can then mine through it, so I can go beneath it, and beneath it, and beneath it. So instead of having a aquifer going all the way down to here, I will have a natural obsidian tower, which I can then construct in the middle of, and have a tower that goes from up here all the way down through here made out of solid obsidian rock instead of like various different types of dirt. It's a dumb project. That's not what I was thinking of, Gristeth, but... Yuckerman? That sounds like a made-up word. Yeah, no, it's the flow. Yeah, if it's 7 of 7, it freezes again, which is kind of odd. It's all frozen right now because it's 7 of 7. One of my weaponsmiths is into a Fey mood. They're not named, so I won't follow them, but I will keep an eye. Bilbo Crabbins has reverted to a wild state. Oh no, the crabanity. Oh, my crustaceans. Which is why I don't have to take anything you just said seriously, QN Green Tea. All words are made up, which means the thing you just said doesn't matter. Also, I don't know if Benjamin's still in the chat, but I was watching a friend of mine the other day, and he just kind of mentioned, he's like, have those Brigador guys made a Vampire Survivors type game out of their assets yet? And I was like, I don't think they would do that. Because he's basically been doing nothing but streaming Vampire Survivors clones for the last, oh god, like 2 months. Just playing all of these like random $3 auto battlers, basically. Or automatic survival shooters, ass games. I mean, my opinion of those games is they're really, 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 really boring. That's my opinion. But they make money, so I don't actually blame devs that make those things. Like, Bone Razor Minions was made by a dude I kind of know. And he did it because he's just like, well, I could make Bone Razor Minions in 8 months and suddenly have funding to actually keep working on my niche projects I know aren't going to sell well, and made Bone Razor Minions and sold like 1 million copies of it. Oh. Bullet Heaven is a game. So if you look up Bullet Heaven, it's actually a series of Japanese forward-scrolling shmups. So to me, that's a really dumb name, and I'd much prefer to call them ass games because it's funny. There's another one that abbreviates to piss, which is equally good. What, where the developer talks about it's actually just a casino slot machine? Because, like, the developer of that is just straight up just like, yeah, I programmed slot machines before I made this game. But yeah, that'll be interesting. What, FU? I've seen t-shirts with FU on them before, and they're pretty funny. But yeah, like this is a game that I'm very heavily anticipating right here. Dead Zoned, a credits bounty. It's had a demo for forever and was supposed to be out last year in early access, I think. Anyway, it's a neat little roguelike, kind of Caves of Cuddy with like a really cool theme and cool mutations and power-ups and shit. So looking forward to it. But the dev just took a year off of developing that to make this. And it's just like, well, I mean, I wanted to make money. So I can go back to making the game that won't make money after I make the game that make money. I respect it. I don't like it, but I respect it. Go play the demo. The demo's pretty good. That one. He lived a life anew, a tiny creature. That's a giant crab, actually. But it's designed to tickle all the same places in your brain. My beef with Vampire Survivors is that it traced assets. That's my actual beef. And the game is really boring. All right, so the weaponsmith has claimed it. What have you grabbed so far? Ooh, sterling silver. Obsidian. Ooh. How heavy is obsidian? I know it's sharp, but... So it's F, or no, UOF. Would be the way you'd abbreviate that and not get yelled at. Toxic Crusaders? Huh. 69 months sub. Newbie detected. What? It's like, ah, yes, I can see you're new here. It's gonna be 70 in like a week. Although I don't think Hobo even notices when his sub goes up, because Hobo cheats. Hobo's got a rare lifetime sub. Giant Olms, cave spot. Somebody is fighting. Hobo has ascended. That's what happens when you share rooms with me at TwitchCon multiple times. And let me sleep on your sofa in Vegas when you're staying in Vegas. Twitch partners get a very limited number of lifetime subscriptions that they can give out to their, like, members or people who watch their streams. And it's specifically designed for people, like, to give to their bot, basically. So you're supposed to give it to your bot so that, you know, your bot can have a sub, basically. Yeah, it's a very well-kept Twitch secret because nobody really says anything, but... So, like, my bot also has a lifetime sub to my account. They basically just credit your account with a subscription. But you only get a limited number of them. And one of the people who I gave a lifetime sub to back in the day canceled it. So I lost one, technically. Which is sad. Do I get one for myself? Yeah, you automatically get subbed to your own account. So yeah, technically. Although I'm subbed to my bot's account, which was funny because my sub just went through a second time. Because I have 2 accounts. Why they canceled it? Because he threatened to sue me. A long story. They didn't, but he threatened to. Long story short, we were running a YouTube account together with half dozen other people. We were editing, and you know, we also just got a baby grew into a giant elephant seal. We we were editing and making videos. It's actually where I cut my teeth, video editing, and got good at like interviewing and shit, because that's basically all we did was interview indie devs. We did quite a bit of stuff, stuff that I was quite proud of back in the day. Money is weird when you run an account that makes like pennies on the dollar. Because I think that account was probably, you know, making maybe like $8 to $10 a month. Then the co-founder of it went off and started a different YouTube account in German, because he was German, focused on a few very specific games instead of like kind of covering a lot of stuff like we were. Because we were actually like trying to cover stuff and like do games journalism and things. He went off and started a German specific account and used our group account to sign up for a bunch of affiliate programs. At that point I was like, dude, that's like not cool, because like we'd agreed to not do that with our account. He's like, well, I need these for my account and I own this account too. And we're like, no, this is our group account. And he was like, no. And then when he said that, like everybody was just like, yeah, you know what, fuck it. And we all just kind of like we all left at the same time. Kind of sucked, but you know, it is what it is. Live and learn. Waste of a year and a half, I would say, but cavern dwellers. Probably fighting with giant olms or something. Or one of the forgotten beasts found him. But yeah, kind of just is what it is. There's not real much you can do about it. Sometimes people show their true colors, and when they do, like I said, there just isn't much you can do. Let's see if that hatch got made yet. Nope. Oh, sure, but it was certainly frustrating as fuck, because I could have just done it on my YouTube channel. I could swear at him in German. I mean, I speak probably better German than you would expect. I'm not fluent, so I don't bother. But also, swearing at somebody who's threatening to sue you is not generally a particularly good idea. Well, for whatever it's worth, his personal YouTube account never really took off. Actually, now I'm curious. I'm gonna go stalk his personal account. I'm not gonna out what it is, but I'm curious. Well, his Twitch account never went anywhere. Let's see. He lost 30 YouTube subs in the last 30 days, and he got just under 5,000 views in the last 30 days. His best month ever, he got less views than I got in the last 72 hours. So. Maybe he got into crypto? I mean, maybe. I don't know. My cousin got into crypto and lost a lot of money on NFTs. Which is kind of a shame, if you ask me. Is anybody making that hatch cover? Maybe they did. Let's see. Did you make that hatch cover for me? They probably didn't. I'm already disappointed again. Thing is, I need some sort of metal. Actually, do I have any iron? I wonder if I was able to get a substantial amount of iron from all that crap I melted. I have a targeted video. Yeah, but traffic for that stuff is not what it once was. I wouldn't quite say my YouTube game is on point. I am like a 6 out of 10 YouTuber, I think. I'm a pretty decent streamer, I think. But I could certainly be better at YouTube. Man. I love the fact that soap is still put in the same place as like bars. It's like giant crab soap, emperor penguin soap, giant snowy owl soap, emu soap, albatross soap, dog soap, yak soap, giant coyote soap. Okay, well I don't have any let's make hatch cover. Material. Oh, am I just straight up out of Gabbro? Why is it still on the screen then? The fuck? My laddie. Alright, well, let's dig out a bunch down here. Drop mad bars. I don't know if I could drop mad bars. Crab soap. Yep. Can fishing be done in any water zone, even artificial ponds? Yes, but there needs to be fish in them. Fishing can be done in any body of water. It doesn't mean there's fish in said body of water. Making an O face on them? I mean, so what you're saying is I should change crypt O from like crypt O to just crypt thumbnail? And then crypt sus can be crypt thumbnail part 2? The thing, I don't know. I don't think that works for all types of videos. I mean, I know people that definitely do like the face and the thumbnail for everything. It's funny because like I actually remove my face from a lot of my thumbnails. Maybe this is why I'm like not a 10 out of 10 YouTuber and I'm just like a 5 out of 10 YouTuber is because I remove my face from my thumbnails half the time. Especially from like all my VOD thumbnails. Like I'll take a screenshot of a point in the area of the thing that the VOD is of, and then I will replace my face with that. Cheers, Dan's Labyrinth. What's up? Heaven and Hearth, really? Well, cheers. It means a lot. It is nice to hear from people that I'm doing great, but right? Traffic has like slowed to a complete crawl for Dwarf Fortress stuff. And I knew that this would happen eventually, but it is kind of sad because I was hoping it would rise further before it goes and hits a wall. Because Dwarf Fortress is a very slow development game, which means influxes are going to be few and far between. You don't look at videos with face thumbnails? Yeah. That is just, you are a very small minority, though, Ayanami. I tend to attract that small minority, but still a small minority. Because most people do watch those types of videos. Sub-feed enjoyers. You know what's funny? The subscriber feed for my YouTube channel is like 8% of my actual view count. So few people still use the subscriber feed, which is crazy for me because I use subscriber feed for everything. Okay, why is one of my miners fighting with an elephant seal? Oh, geez, I've got a wild giant elephant seal. I have some tame ones. I should just slaughter all of the ones that are not tame. Yeah, domesticated, domesticated. Well trained. I straight up disabled all YouTube recommendations, so it can't recommend me things. So my YouTube recommendations are based solely off of the video that I'm currently watching. And that's it. All right. Looks like it might literally just be this one. That's kind of terrifying that it's sitting right by the door. Acre is fighting with the thing. Just bashing it. Lower body with her hammer. Jamming the muscle, bruising the muscle and bruising the guts. Tearing the thing. Bites it in the upper body. Tearing the fat. It's got plenty of that, though. The elephant seal has been knocked unconscious because he hit the elephant seal in the left hand, bruising the muscle, and hit it in the head. I'm surprised there isn't, like, more blood. You'd think that something this big would have a lot more blood. I love how they're all just kind of hanging around and just like, oh my god! Okay, did they mangle it? They did mangle it. They are very, 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 very large boys, yes. I mean, they are 1/4 the size of a giant sperm whale. Now they're just here checking. They're like, you good? Zen's got it. This is just some weightlifting for this dwarf. Yep, 12,000. They heavy. They're like the 3rd or 4th largest creature in the game. Be heard howling throughout the fortress. We've got a very angry ghost. Kodal Rur. What's the symbol? I don't know what the question is. Like what is it in weight? I don't know. Whatever weight mechanism Dwarf Fortress uses. I just refer to it as eurists. 12,000 eurists. I think it's like liters. I know that the game uses centimeters cubed. Somebody on the YouTube channel got real annoyed with me for referring to things as centimeters cubed. Hobo, are you in chat? Because because a certain emote is now alive or exists. No, not that one. I just received a $35 refund from a concert that I forgot I bought tickets to that apparently got canceled. That I wasn't aware of. Oh, hold on. Second account has a new emote. There it is. What the hell? It's a long story. They actually approved it. I just received an email stating that they approved it. I'm kind of shocked that they did, but apparently they did. Boncano? Yep. It doesn't work for you? I see it on my screen. You might have to refresh your chat. How deep is the obsidian tube? Literally just one layer. Or rather, not even one layer. Half a layer. So, we got a long way to go. It's an emote for this account. I can type. Which is where I stream editing and other things. And you posted it and you just saw text? Huh. Well, interesting. General, what's the word? Debauchery is what happens on that channel, mostly. All right, dwarves, your inability to make Gabbro stuff is kind of disturbing to me. I'm hearing combat sounds. What is fighting? Punches the clother? Why are you punching the clother? Somebody tantruming? Ah, one of my clothers is tantruming. Well, Cog the clother, you get to go to Cog prison. A lot of skullduggery. I get to show chat my stoner music, basically. That is the channel where I will occasionally just sit in just chatting and get stoned. Because I refuse to get up to that kind of debauchery on this channel for some reason. Oh boy. That's not good. Just the random open space tiles. Poisonous Bite, a towering eyeless firefly. It has 3 long straight horns and it is slavering. Its gray exoskeleton is warty. Beware its poisonous bite. Well, that's suboptimal. Dungeon synth while playing DF? I don't think I'm a fan of listening to dungeon synth. DF or otherwise. That's one of those few, like, sub-genres of music, if you want to be that credible to it, that I just don't get. It's like, 1 or 2 songs are kind of catchy, but it's loosely medieval-sounding synth music. Kind of like synthwave if instead of like being 80s themed, it would be the sort of thing that you'd see a D&D party playing while they travel into, I don't know, the night. It's sort of like I also don't enjoy listening to Twilight Force, right? Which is a gimmicky metal band kind of akin to Dragon Force, except instead, like, Dragon Force is just like silly speed metal, whereas Twilight Force is kind of like Dragon Force if instead they were just a bunch of extremely nerdy LARPers. Yeah, I'd much rather listen to Sun. Right there with you, actually. Just the... It's great. Could listen to that shit all day. It's like rave music with medieval riffs. I mean, if you haven't figured it out from my description, you might as well just go look it up, 'cause it's going to be hard for me to explain it to you. Zephon's getting chained. Okay, well, we're making blocks. How come nope? This dwarf is still gathering stuff. Ew. This dwarf just went and grabbed giant elephant seal bones. How heavy are those bones? That's some heavy goddamn bones. I'm gonna have a lot of space to work with on that artifact, that's for sure. Okay, well, no, I don't need rock hatch covers. I need Gabbro hatch covers specifically. You unsuspend that, you unsuspend that, you unsuspend that, you unsuspend that. Because I need this done like ASAP before these goblins wander into my house, wherever they are. They're on the surface somewhere. Yeah, I don't know. I'd rather listen to anything else is my take on Dungeon Synth. Well. Now, you know what I can get into, though? Electric hurdy-gurdy. That shit slaps. Just overdriven hurdy-gurdy. Mwah. It's wonderful. Could listen to that all day. There's that particular one that I found that one time. I'm not actually finding it now, and I have to go digging for it, but I found this album a while ago that was kind of incredible. About to have a bunch of goblins making a mad dash into my fort. Oh, I see. They're probably grabbing this block for the other one. One second. I'm receiving a phone call. I will get back to you in a second. Never mind. They hung up, so I don't need to pick up that phone call. Have you ever sent dwarves out on a mission and they're gone for a year, raiding a goblin fort, 1/2 travel away? You just recalled them and they were all fine? Did they all leave? 99% of the time when that happens, it's because one of the dwarves didn't actually leave. It's pretty easy to see if you select them. If they still have the icon and they don't have the little doodly line, means they didn't leave the map. Also, you can't recall them unless one of them is still on the map, so that's probably what happened. Hurdy-gurdy is an instrument, yeah. It's kind of like an accordion, but it's a stringed instrument, and instead of it's sort of a stringed instrument, and instead of pushing it in and out, you turn a crank. So you crank the riffs. It's like an instrument that like predates most modern instruments. It's like hurdy-gurdies have been around for like a very long time. But yes, it is a hysterical name for an instrument. But just go look up hurdy-gurdy metal covers and you'll find some pretty glorious bullshit. Well, time to hyper-focus on Dwarf Fort then. Paxmac has been found dead, completely drained of blood. How in the fuck? Wasn't you. There's another vampire in the fort? The hell? Who's the new vampire? What the fuck? Which one of you twats did it? There's actually nobody obvious. That's wild. Wait. No, okay. No, not you. I made this mistake of giving all of the dwarves hoods. Fair enough if you have to go to bed soon. It's not you. You're in a strange mood. Oh. No. You're just a necromancer, Saigon. Not you. That's like definitely a vampire, but not the one, because that's the one that's locked up. But apparently we have another necromancer in the fort. Saigon's a necromancer. Huh. Nobody particularly obvious. I don't think giant ticks leave the completely drained of blood thing. Also, that would be really strange. Do I have a visitor who's clearly a vampire? It's not my diplomat. Dun, 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 ba-dum-bum. Interesting. Well, we'll have to keep an eye out on that. 0 kill again, I suppose. It's 10:45 a.m. True. Yeah, if you don't feel good. Well then, yeah, I don't know. That's wild. I have no idea what could have caused that. We'll have to keep an eye out. There's a vampire in our midst, chat. Ain't that exciting? Everything is on default light mode. I just keep my monitor at 1% brightness and minimum possible contrast setting. It's literally all I do. Let's see, have they done this yet? Siltstone. This dwarf is... Rock Jitsu's making us a Gabbro hatch cover, so I need this hatch cover like stat. Read the last Discord story. I don't know how much I'll actually have to read, but I will do my best. So there's like 3 more words. So chat, jump onto the Discord and add stuff to the add a word. This is Cavern Dwellers, don't worry about it. Jump over to the add a word story and go add some words so that I have things to read. The Stormbringer, what kind of dwarf would you like? Yeah, you got it. It's actually gotten very easy to get it as of late. I mean, today's been particularly slow, but like it's been just available for the last 20 minutes. So it's gotten quite easy to get it. You just have to pay attention. But yeah, generally I just have everything zoomed in by 160 to 200%, which is one of the reasons I absolutely despise modern like UX design on most websites, Swallowed Sun. Because things like YouTube just like will straight off cut elements off screen with the way it's designed now. Like when stuff was just text that could wrap, it was much easier, but like modernly designed websites like have dumb overlapping as an example over on YouTube here. Like buttons just disappear. That are like there's supposed to be a button here, but you can't see it because it just disappears because I'm too zoomed in. And I'm only 33%. I used to use it 200% because it was much more comfortable. But when they swapped over to this like UX design, like shit just stops working and like I can't even see my view counts anymore. It drives me nuts. So instead, I just sit at like 133 until I need to check my likes and dislikes and comment counts. Bothers the shit out of me. Siege operator open? Definitely, yeah. Especially since I've got a bunch of training. I've got Tubal, who's a lady ballista operator, if that works for you. All right, hold on a second. Time to get caught up. New apples for their parents. 7 chips do crunch you loudly for a while in a average. What? If Golgotha is doing overflow magma, then or is screamed. Is it? This not right. Accurate. Mechanism make is obscene by far the best. You're only supposed to use 1 word at a time. Whoever Aika is. Sandwich. What are... Caught up. 1 word at a time, please. That's fine. Alrighty. The Stormbringer. X. Slightly degraded edition. She never feels discouraged and is prone to hatred. Oh, that's the necromancer. Hold on a second. Is it possible? Chat, I have a question. Do you think it's possible to have a necromancer vampire? Because I didn't think it was. But this one is... Also, he saw the person die. That person that was just found drained of blood, saw him die. I'm going to interrogate this guy real quick. Real quickie wiki. Sus as fuck that. All right, sorry. I will read the description of this dwarf for you now. Never feels discouraged. Is prone to hatreds. Cool. Can we get one thing at a time now, please? 0 kill, yes. Negative space kill. She is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings, is sloppy with her living space and finds humor in most situations, is slow to trust others and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and she finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She takes effort helping gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and she does not mind wearing something special now and again, and rarely speaks when she's exasperated. She's going to go fire a ballista. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally does not care about friendship. She likes limonite, nickel silver, yellow diamond, giant slug tooth, and large gems and moths for their coloration, and the word of the page of aquamarine and the sound of the luxurious queen, and when possible prefers to consume giant python and yellow bullhead and leeks and dwarven wine and sangrero fruit, and absolutely hates leeches. Aesthetically, she is slightly round. She has a slightly rounded aquamarine eyes that are bulging, and her somewhat tall ears have nearly fused lobes. Her hair is somewhat tall and her head is broad. Her somewhat high eyebrows are quite long, and her nose is slightly hooked. Her eyelashes are short, and her hair is raw umber, and her short hair is neatly combed, and her skin is dark brown. So previously, like, you couldn't have conflicting things, like you couldn't have a necromancer vampire and stuff like that. So that's why I'm like kind of perplexed now. There we go. All right. I will be back in a moment. I just gotta go do something. Better question is, why is my dwarf over here making rock blocks and not, like, doing the thing that they're supposed to? Grumble. Well, let's see. Yes, but previously it just wasn't possible. Like I know I know that you're saying technically speaking, but like factually, I know in older versions of the game it wasn't possible. Well, it's for the same reason you couldn't have a vampire were creature, because you can't have two curses. And also, being immortal makes it impossible to gain another immortality effect, meaning if you are immortal, it's impossible to become a vampire. So you can't have like an intelligent undead get cursed with vampirism, as an example. Which is also why you couldn't have necromancers get cursed with vampirism. I'd rather you didn't, Stormbringer. But that would be new as of this version. Just because it wasn't a thing in previous versions. Mostly because I think I know what link you're going to post, and like I said, I'd rather you didn't. Let's interrogate this twit. It's not a giant seagull. It's an albatross. Duh. Reddit link? I'd still prefer you didn't. I'd like to figure things out like this on my own. Now they sit in the dungeon? Is what it is. They sealed their fate. But yeah, this must be new in this version then. Yep. So he just admitted to the crime. He confessed to murder. His name's Amos Earthcraft. And he's used the Grave of Chance as an alias in the past. He's been committing crimes for the last, since the year 169, and revealed that in the midwinter of 220, an unidentified creature plotted to infiltrate the mechanical hammer in order to prepare a coup under the influence of subject. Wait, hold on a second. Okay, well, so he confessed to that murder, but, the last crime he committed was he was trying to infiltrate the mechanical hammer, whoever that is. Separate actors from highest known in organization. Well, it's usually the case. I can't wait until we can actually go about this. Can he raise himself from the dead? You can't raise yourself if you're dead. I'm curious about how long of a prison sentence he's going to get. It's an interesting critter, though. $225 days for eating pack smack. Wait, what? Why did my dwarf just run off? Because apparently I decided to go chain somebody else. Okay, yeah, you're just gonna let the necromancer murderer run off into the fortress. That's what you're gonna do, yeah. Uh-huh. Really likes being near fine slabs. That's pretty sus. Also, I haven't said this enough today, but chat room, thank you very much to everybody who's been hanging out. Even though today's been kind of quiet. Just round of beers for you guys. Horrified seeing someone die, I know, right? Remember, 0 kill. There we go, we got him. Songs of 6, not sons. Yeah, I was gonna swap over, but I'm waiting to complete something up on the surface. I've only been streaming for 8 hours. So. But I don't know when you're headed to bed, but I was waiting to get this hatch cover in place. Do this. Jump to the lever connected to this. Pull that lever. Jump to this lever. Under the wolf, pull that lever. Ah, true. Yeah. I'm not going to save your soul tonight, no. Tanks? What's going on with tanks? Oh, you're painting tanks, right? Big whoomp. There we go. That problem is solved. Now I can jump to this. So next stream, which will be tomorrow, I can actually make some good progress on this obsidian. There it goes. For a second there, I thought it was spilling down into here, and I was very worried. I was like, oh no. Oh no, it's fine. That's kind of awesome to watch. Look at that. It's like a forgotten beast is killing Crundles. So this is just going to slowly spread out over this entire thing. Still some spots here that kind of need fixing, but... I wonder, can I... Okay, so I can queue that up to be dug out. We'll set it up like that. Artwork's been lost? Oh shit. Did you guys know that fire snakes can burn bags? I didn't, but I guess I just learned that. Don't actually do that there, Dwarf. Actually, you know what? Just go full bravery. Full bravery, that's what we need. Not doing self-imposed challenge modes because I don't think they're particularly fun. Actually, streaming other video games is a pretty good challenge mode for me. If anything, almost impossible. There you go. Careful there, Dwarf. Oh, I see. Just got sealed shut. We gotta let you out. We gotta let you out. Not an optimal place to be living currently. If you're looking for inspiration, there's a page on the wiki that's super helpful. It's been there for forever, but they're all still doable. It's essentially just, here's a bunch of like options and ideas and different kind of player decided end goals. I don't know how many of them I'd really describe as a challenge, because nothing in Dwarf Fortress is particularly challenging in the challenge sense of the word. But there are plenty of fun little goals that you can have. So we're going to do one layer of this right now, and then we'll swap over to Songs of Six. Because I know exactly how this is going to work. I've literally made one that isn't just a VOD, so thank you, but I don't know if I'd describe that as particularly good. They're just streams. Let's see if the water can reach the other side. It probably can. It's just... So the reason this is cool is because the ocean is normally completely frozen, right? So I'm using the lava on top to thaw... Well, first off, we dumped lava on this to turn it to obsidian. And then it does this sometimes. Then I used the lava on top to keep the water from freezing so that it can flow in off the side of the map so that I can make this relatively effortlessly. Try embarking with nothing in raid until you find a pick is pretty crazy. I mean, why would you need to make a pick? Embark with nothing, deconstruct the wagon, and build a trade depot. and buy a piece of metal and or make a pick or buy a pick. You can just gather food from the ground. You can make a still out of the wagon. And then you can make 1 barrel. And you can just make alcohol until traders show up. Then you construct a still, and then you deconstruct the still and you make it into a trade depot, and then problem solved. Very simple. You know, it's funny. Everybody says that integer, but anybody who says that very clearly hasn't played much adventure mode, because there's whole societies of dwarves that live entirely on the surface. Barrels are reused, yeah. I mean, they will eventually degrade into nothing after 400 years. Actually, I think it's 410 years. They degrade into nothing in that period of time. Yep. Yeah, hill dwarves, hillocks are entire dwarven colonies that only dwell on the surface. So just realize that you just need to learn a little bit more about dwarven culture. Like that kind of dwarven settlement is actually more common than mountain dwellers. Just because the mountain dwellers are more commonly known in the general speech of people who discuss the dwellings of the dwarves, they simply misunderstand that dwarves are actually just as much surface creatures as they are cavernous creatures. What did you think they were before, Nerds Have Life? Did you think that they ate the whole barrel? I'm like genuinely concerned now. Has anyone made RuneScape in DF? I don't like RuneScape that much. Why would anybody do that? Checking something in the Twitch behind the scenes to see if it got updated yet. Confused by this. Twitch has given us their new ads incentive program stuff, and it makes 0 sense looking at it. It makes 0 sense. And so everybody's confused behind the scenes on Twitch, but that's pretty normal. I suppose, but one of them is a game I enjoy playing, and the other one I haven't thought about since like 2006. Well, that's not totally true. Since about 2009 was the last time I really thought about RuneScape. Wow, this game is good. I'm glad you think that. I really, really, really like that game. Such an underrated little gem. Okay, so I'm just gonna let this go all the way over. Then I'm going to pull this lever, and then we're going to channel down 1 layer. Then I'm going to dump lava in, and then we do it again. And that's just going to be the way this goes. And we can go up the top to the top layer and like seal it all off. Are you for real? Oh, that's gonna be a pain in the dick. Okay. I think I've got bugged out land or bugged out tiles. These two. They're considered negative space for some reason. Probably due to weird cave-ins. We've discovered access to the upside down, chat. Which is not good. Oh shit, the ocean's melting again. Look at that. Remember how earlier I said that ocean's melting is based on, like, movement of the stuff underneath? See, movement. They're very slightly moving. That's what they do. It melts in such weird patterns. It's kind of cool, though. Okay, we just need that to fill in. Almost there. That's it, just that. Let's pull you. Seal you. This whole area is fully dug out. You like the tactical decision making, you like the RPG builds, and you like how little friction there is in the gameplay. It's funny because that's actually a really big problem in traditional roguelikes is the friction in gameplay. And it's so rare that you get one that just has none. Did Dwarf come in to do that? Yeah. And they're going to run up here. Oh, there you are. Right there. All right. And then dwarves will just come here and dig this out. And the water will flow out the front, so we don't have to worry too much about flooding. There it goes. See? It's going out the front. %, success. Easy gains indeed. Look at that. Going forward and freezing. Oh no, it's going to seal us off. Oh no, we'll still have an entryway. With these bits on the corner are probably going to freeze. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Hold on. That is not what I was expecting to have happen. Interesting. Why is it staying ice? Also, our dwarf's dying. Not sure if a dwarf just died. I need to stare at this number and see if it goes down. Interesting. I was not expecting this to freeze down here. Oh, don't off. Yep, we just lost another dwarf. Okay, I can't do this. I need to let them go away. All right, let's swap over to Songs of Six and we'll play some more of this tomorrow, but I just killed like 2 dwarves. I need this to dry up. I wasn't expecting it to turn into ice down there. I'm learning a lot about how cold areas work in this game, apparently. Although what I can do is we can have a little bit of fun. As I can see what'll happen if I pull this lever. Why is this turning into... Wait, they can turn into ice walls? In the front? That's wild. I did not know that they could turn into ice walls on top of a bridge. That's crazy. The more you know. Anyway, pulling this is going to dump some lava in here, which is probably just going to make a big old obsidian square. Right about there. Yep. All right, well, as long as we allow the water to just keep flowing out the front here, it shouldn't be too bad. It's kind of crazy that it's working that way, but, you know, here we are. Anyway, we'll figure this out tomorrow. This whole project is turning out to be a lot more annoying than I'd planned it to be. But we'll make it work. We'll make it work. You guys can now say goodbye, YouTube. We're going to go play some Songs of Six. And let's see if we can attract like another 30, 40 viewers here. How do you see the information? Because that's a stupid question. All right.